Hi, Florence.
Hey, Donna, how you doing?
I'm okay. How are you doing? Hanging in?
I'm ready to drop. I'm so tired. Too much going on, too much to do, too much in general, you know?
I know.
I don't know whether I'm coming or going. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, there's nobody I can add now.
And Bob probably isn't going to be joining us, or he might join later. So
Okay, so I don't know, so who do you want me to make a co-host?
if Carter comes on, make Carter the co-host.
Hi, Shirley.
Who said that? Hey, hello.
Hello.
It's Florence.
Oh, hi, Florence. Hi, Donna. But hi, Florence. It's good
Hello.
to see you.
Good
How
to
you
see you too.
feeling?
And we didn't get to talk when you came in the other day.
Yeah, it's great to see you. Hi, Donna.
Hello, Dr. Smith. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
So glad that we have our girl back, even if it's for a little while.
Only for a little
I'm
while.
gone. I'm gone. Monday's my last day.
Yeah, well, I'll remember you in my prayers, like I told you. You're going to be
Yes,
fine.
thank you.
You're going to be good.
Thank you. I'm a little bit nervous, but you know.
Don't worry, you got a good surgeon. Everything's going to be fine. Just do what the doctor says.
Yes, I do. That's one thing that makes me feel better. I have like this top of the line, like he's like the top specialist.
Okay, well then there you go. Yeah, and
But you know, it's still surgery, so I'm still freaked out.
I was about to say, surgery is no joke.
Listen, the only surgery the last surgery I had was a tonsillectomy, you know.
Oh, there's no such thing as minor surgery. I don't know why people say minor. It's surgery, it's surgery.
Anytime you have to go under, it's not minor, you know.
I know, but you'll be good. Don't worry.
Thank you. Oh, I see. Looks like Bob Ely's coming.
Huh?
I said, I see Bob Ely.
Oh,
So then you can make him a co-host. And if he drops off, I'll make Carter one too.
So make him the co-host and you the
Make
host.
him a co-host. When you get to it, make me a host.
Okay. I'm gonna make Bob Ely a co-host right now.
I realize he may not, I don't know how good his reception is, so.
Yeah, it looks like he's having a little issue there. Hi, Lois. Yeah, he's muted. No,
Yep,
he's not.
that's fine.
No, he's
That's
not
fine.
muted. Oh, now he's muted. Okay, so I'm gonna make you a host, Donna,
Okay,
and I will be off, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
okay, great, thanks, Florence.
Okay, now,
Sure, you're welcome. Hey, Bob.
hi there.
Okay, you're the host. And unmute.
Hey, it's just 6:30, so we're gonna wait a few more minutes for other people to join us.
As you could see, Donna, I made it. I got a lift.
Good. So for those that are asking, if you're not a panelist, we can't hear you or see you, but when we call your application, you'll be raised to be a panelist, and then you can turn on your video and you can turn on your microphone, and you'll be able to be heard and seen at that time. And the agenda is in the chat. And I will post it again in another minute, and we'll get started in just another minute. And tonight we have Susan. Host. Okay. I think we can get started. We're just missing Carter. Okay, so welcome everyone to Community Board 2 Manhattan's SLA 1 committee meeting for the month of November. My name is Donna Raftery. I am co-chair of the committee with Robert Ely, who is traveling but on here. So hopefully he'll be able to stay. The other members of the committee are Lois Rakoff, Dr. Shirley Smith, Susan Wittenberg, Patricia Laria, and Anthony Wong. So the procedure is when I call on the application, the applicant, please raise your hand and we'll promote you to panelist. The applicants will present their application, then we'll go to the committee members for questions. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on an application should wait to raise their hands until I go to the public for their comments. The public can then speak. Once the public is completely done, we will go back to the applicants for any answers to questions or comments. The committee can follow up. And I think that's it. I ask everybody to please speak respectfully to each other at all times. You know, I know people have strong opinions about some of this, but we can just all speak respectfully. I don't think that's too much to ask. And I think that's pretty good. We're going to have no back and forth. And I think the order of the applications, I will put the agenda in the chat one more time. And I'm pretty much going to take everything in order. So you can get that from the agenda. Sushi Sashi doing business as Sushi 456 at 456 Hudson Street, laid over late today. So if you are here from the public on that application, it will not be heard. I know there were some questions about 66 Greene that also is laid over and will not be heard tonight. And I believe the other layovers should be in the calendar. Hex Squared at 801 Broadway was also laid over. I think everything else in the calendar should be accurate. If anyone is here from MFC Times Squared LLC at 19 Waverly Place, could you raise your hands? I just want to know if anyone's here on that application. We, to my knowledge, have heard nothing at the community board office on that. And the other one is TQTO Corp at 99 McDougal. If anyone, the applicant is here on that. So I will call those two applications again later in the evening, but we have heard nothing. So I suspect we will not be hearing them if anyone from the public is here on those applications tonight. So the first application I am going to call is One Tree Hill LLC doing business as Westerly at 39 East 13th Street. If you could raise your hands, this is a return from last month. So I have Anthony Caraballo and Philip Wu. You should both be up there.
Yes, good evening, everybody. How are
Good
you
evening.
tonight?
Good. So
Hi, so Anthony Caraballo for One Tree Hill, doing business as Westerly. We're returning. First and foremost, Ms. Rafferty, I'd like to thank you very much for affording us the opportunity to come back We were originally denied on this application, and you asked for certain things. I think we complied with that, but I just want to publicly thank you to give us the opportunity to come back and present again before the committee. Thank you. So the issue for our denial last month was the committee's trepidation on the access to the 6th floor. This is a building located at 3090 13th Street, and it's located on the 6th floor, and there's other tenants, quite frankly. So we were asked for a coherent plan to guide patrons safely and exclusively to the 6th floor. We did provide that. We gave you a diagram. We gave you a plan from Mr. Wu, who's also on with us. Essentially, the premises will only be open from 6 to 11. So all the tenants in the building, with the exception of Spice, which occupies the 1st and 2nd floor, they won't even be in operation at these times. We did, however, in addition to what you requested, get letters from all the tenants, which we provided to you also. So we have a letter from the landlord, and we have a letter from Spice, which occupies the 1st and 2nd. But I think more importantly for the committee, we have a letter from the 3rd floor tenant. She is a dentist. She acknowledged the presence of a wine bar on the 6th floor. And we have a letter from the other architect on the 4th floor. So I think we complied with everything the committee was asking for. And just to reiterate, this is beer and wine only, closing at 11 o'clock during the week every day. Thank you.
Thank you. So just do me one favor and walk me through what's going to happen when someone comes to the restaurant downstairs. Are you going to have someone downstairs for the hours
Yes.
open to greet them, or?
Yes, pursuant to the plan that we submitted, and I can read it to you, the 3rd bullet point on our letter. The Westerly will have a receptionist stationed at the building's lobby when there are pending reservations. Please see the attached ground floor plan. We gave you a diagram. The receptionist will assure that the access to the other floors are locked and escort our patrons from the ground floor to the 6th floor directly.
Okay, and then my other question would be, how are any walk-ups, or I guess, to the restaurant going to be handled? How does that work?
So for the most part, pursuant to the plan we submitted, Ms. Rafferty, it's reservation only. But I
Okay,
guess Mr. Wu can interject, but if there are walk-ins, I guess there's a mechanism to ring up, and then somebody from the wine bar can go down and get somebody if they're not expected without a reservation.
Yeah, that's correct, because I think that, we plan to just do reservation only. I think for walk-up, I understand the issues that the board had brought up. So we thought that just doing, but by reservation, that would address many of the issues that the board had brought up. So, yeah.
okay, and then run through the hours are 6 to 11, 7 days a week?
Correct. So it's really only 5 hours of operation every
Yeah.
night. And when they're in operation, besides Spice, which occupies the 1st and 2nd floor, all the professional tenants in the building won't even be there.
Okay, and you realize that 11 o'clock is a hard closing time, meaning all patrons need to be out by that time?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and then there is this outdoor area?
Yes. Yes, we will be closed by 11, so there will be no one outside.
And there will be no speakers outside, no music outside?
Yes.
No amplified sound.
Dr. Smith, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, just for clarity, Mr. Wu, will you have on your web page reservations only? Or are you actually telling us is that if somebody decides to come without a reservation, they're going to be turned away?
That's a good question, but I think that yes, I would put down reservation only. So basically, for most restaurant, right, they have to make a reservation, and if they come, we won't allow them to come into the front door. Yeah.
Thank you.
Does anyone else from the committee have any questions on this application?
Yeah, Donna, real quick.
Oh, Go ahead.
Yeah, so on the outside, it should be seated patrons only. So
Got it.
that there's not like a cocktail hour outside. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, And so outside I have written down it's 6 tables and 12 seats on the outside.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I think that does it. Thank you. Let me go to the public and see if there is anybody here from the public on this application. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this application? Oh. I don't see anyone. Lois, I see your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yes. If the person does not have a reservation, who's going to prevent that person from coming up? Is there a person down there at 6 o'clock to 11?
Well, first of all, like, in order to get into the building, there's an intercom that they will buzz in, right? So for a normal person, they would not be able to get into the building at all, you know, after 6 o'clock. Yeah. So there
So
will be somebody.
what is the person when they ring the bell, the intercom,
Yes.
how does your restaurant respond
Well, let me interject. Pursuant to the plan we
when the
submitted,
person rings the bell?
there'll be a person down at the hostess station. We submitted the plan and we gave a diagram. So there will be somebody stationed at the entrance on 39th Street downstairs. There's a reception counter. If you saw our submission, Mr. Wu gave a complete diagram and he kept the corridor to the elevator and he listed the reception counter. So that's where the person will be to greet people that have reservations.
So will the receptionist then be there just between the hours of 6 and 11, or will they only be going down when they're expecting a reservation?
Mr.
Well,
Wu?
Yes, well, they will be from 6 to 11, but obviously, like, if there's like no reservation for a long period of time, like to me, it's more like, to me, like a situation in a normal restaurant, right? There will be a reception at the front desk, and then they will escort them to the table. But in this case, instead of, like, you know, on the same floor, it will be on the 6th floor.
So they'll be escorting them upstairs to the restaurant and then they'll go back down for another
Correct.
reservation?
Correct.
And if somebody comes without a reservation, then they will have to press the buzzer. If the receptionist isn't there, someone will have to go down, someone will go
Correct.
downstairs and let them in because the building
Correct.
is locked.
Correct. Otherwise, they will not be able to come in. Yes, correct.
Okay. Lois, does that answer your questions?
Yes,
Good.
yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anybody else from the committee have anything? Carter?
Yeah, I thought that the outside was going to close at 10. Is that not the case?
I have to go back and look through it. That maybe. Yes, that is the case.
So that's no longer the
That's-
case now, or
Is
what?
that the case? That's what you said last month, was that the
Yeah,
outside would close at 10.
Nothing has changed. If we agreed to
Okay.
that, we're fine with that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. So I think that's it.
Well, thank you so much. Have a nice evening, everybody.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. And thank you for the outreach to everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks a lot. Good night.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Okay. The next application is going to be Beau Maison Corp. doing business as Cantinero at 86 University Place. That is another return from next month. If you're here, could you raise your hand, the applicant on this one? Okay, I have Mr. Sanchez and Ms. Weiss. Hello, welcome back.
How are you?
So let's go through what you've supplied some sound mitigation, some security. So why don't you talk us through what you heard last month and what you're going to do about some of the issues that were raised? Stacy, can you turn on, wait just 1 second. Stacy, can you turn, your hand is up, you're there. Can you turn on your video before we get started? And you seem to be unmuted. Or can you put something in the chat? Now you're not muted. You're muted now. Your hand is up, your video isn't on. Can you start your video? There you go. No. Ms. Weiss, are you with us or not? You don't look like you're muted. Your hand is up. You need to turn the video on. I don't know if you're on a phone or an iPad or a computer.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. I can't.
Okay,
But we can hear you. Can you turn your video on or?
give me 1 second.
Okay,
Now, I can't turn my video on because it's my computer and I don't have a video on it.
okay. So go ahead with the application.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so last month, and thank you very much for having us come back to this month to see you. We appreciate it very much. So anyway, they went and got a architect and as well as a security company. I'm sorry, do you hear an echo?
No, we don't hear. the
Okay, I'm
echo.
sorry, I do.
Okay.
Okay, so anyway, they got
If you have both your phone on and your computer on, you might want to mute one of them.
I'm sorry, what was that?
If you have both your computer microphone on and another microphone, you may want to, that may be why you're getting an echo.
Okay, I shut off my phone
Okay.
and let's see. I don't have any other.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
Go ahead,
so
you're
anyway,
not us.
okay, so they went and got an architect and he came up with a plan and I believe we sent it to you.
Mhm.
And the plan is that they're not going to use the patio at all. That's going to remain locked. They're going to have soundproofing on the rear area where there'll be no sound coming out of the back area to affect anybody in the rear part of the any of the people back there. Also, the front windows are going to be soundproof. Nobody's going to hear any sound coming out of the front. The patio will remain locked. The only people that will have keys are the owner and the manager. Nobody will be allowed out on the patio at all. That includes people that work there. Nobody will be eating out there. It'll remain closed. Sorry the way I sound, I am hearing the echo. The other thing is the DJ, there'll be a limiter or what they call a governor on the sound, which will be monitored by the owner or the manager several times during the evening to make sure that the sound doesn't exceed the level that it's supposed to be maintained at all times. The other thing is that let's see, there'll be 3 security guards Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights between 8 and till closing. Okay, the DJ will be there between 8 and 2. Okay, and there'll be 2 security guards checking ID. One will be roaming to make sure nobody's dancing or moving around when they're not supposed to be. All the staff has been ATAP trained. Let's see, let's see. If there are any other questions about what kind of sound system or what kind of sound proofing or security or any additional anything else, we'll be happy to answer.
Mr. Sanchez, did you want to add anything, or are you're muted? So I don't know if you wanted to be talking to us or.
Yeah, hello, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you. My consultant here would like to explain something. If you have any questions.
Oh, may I add one more thing that we'd like to keep in abeyance? The patio, if they decide to use it at any other time, they'll come back to you and request that. They would enclose it completely and soundproof it, but that would be at another time.
So that, okay,
That wouldn't be now.
okay. So
Okay.
who is the consultant that is on with you, Mr. Sanchez?
Luis Pfister.
Who? I'm sorry, you have to go closer to the microphone because I can't hear you at all.
Please, Pfister.
I didn't
I
get
work
that.
with, I work together with Brant Porter to produce the architect's recommendations for the
Okay.
soundproofing. That
Okay.
diagram where I labeled all the areas that would be addressed, and the windows are number 1. On that diagram, you can see where all the information is, the location.
Uh-huh. You need to speak closer to the microphone. I cannot hear you when you step away.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. That's perfect.
On the architect's recommendations, do you have any questions about the areas? Have you been able to review the areas to see what's going to be done? And on the windows, it will be, they'll be caulked and they'll be covered with an acrylic. It would be like a storm window. On top of that will be
So
fiberglass panels, and then the soundproof curtains also. Can you see that on the form? Is there any questions about the
Yeah,
roofing?
yeah, I did have some questions. So are there air pockets in this? How is this going
Yes.
to be?
It's like a storm window. There'll be an airspace between the original window that's there and the acrylic that's going to be placed over it. Then on top of that is the fiberglass panel that is soundproofing, and on top of that, curtains that are soundproof curtains they're on the diagram. If you look at that number, you'll see which diagram exhibit it is and what.
I did see all that and I went through that. So and then are you responsible for doing the sound testing as well? Are you going to be put that in
Somebody
place?
coming in to set up the on the DJ's control so that it cannot go above a level that they determine would be too much. It depends on how many people are in the room. If there's lots of people in the room, the sound gets absorbed by the bodies. If the room is empty, then it has to be lower, but there will be control on the DJ, so he can't amp it up.
But okay, so usually when we hear something like this, it's set at a certain level and then it can't be, it doesn't matter who's in there, what they're playing or anything else. It can't be changed at all for any reason. So it doesn't change depending upon the people in there. It can always go lower, but whatever that maximum is, it never goes any higher than that. And that's not adjusted each night. That's adjusted to the maximum is set.
Mm-hmm. That will be installed before the DJ could work.
And it will not be able to be changed. That's my point. So it's
Cannot
not,
be changed.
it's not each time a new DJ comes in that it's
No.
adjusted. It's adjusted.
It will
with
not
the
be
sound plan.
changed.
Okay, and so basically the soundproofing, what's going on the ceilings? You had some,
They're the ceiling tiles, acoustic ceiling tiles. They're on that. Let me see, exhibit 4.
uh-huh,
Yes, acoustic sound tiles will go in the ante room between the patio and where the DJ will be working. There's a separate room where there'll be the guard sitting, checking people to go in. But those ceilings, they already have acoustic tiles there, but we'll put new ones there.
so the glass itself is not being replaced. You're putting acrylic boxes or acrylic storm windows where the windows are, and then
The existing windows will be there, and then there'll be like it's a storm window kind of effect. So there's a dead air space between the original window and where the acrylic is, and then on top of that will be the same treatment that is done in the front of the building with the fiberglass panels that are soundproofing, and then the curtain that is also soundproofing. So that will be on the number 2 on the back window where the patio is, and on the door as well.
okay, and so those will be closed anytime the DJ is in there.
Oh, they'll be locked. Nobody will be allowed to go to the patio.
I mean, the curtains will be closed anytime the
Yes,
DJ is in there.
Absolutely.
And
yes.
so do I understand this correctly, that using the outdoor space has been removed from this application?
For this
Yes, it has.
application, Exactly.
Totally removed, right? At this time. At this time, it's been totally removed.
Okay, so there is no outdoor space with this application.
Correct.
And the hours,
The application was till 2 a.m. It
mhm,
actually is a 4 a.m. license if you're okay with.
Right, the DJ is going to be there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, from
Thursday,
8
Friday, and
p.m.
Saturday
to
until
2 a.m.
so the last month when you were here, you said that if you had the DJ, you would close at 2 a.m. Is that still the case?
That was on the application. Mr. Sanchez is here now and wondered if he could go to the 4 a.m. if that's possible, but if not, he'll stick by the 2 a.m.
He would just the DJ would leave at 2 a.m. on those days.
Okay, 2 a.m. Is that all right with you?
Well, 2 a.m. is better with me than 4 a.m., but I'd have to see what other people have to say about it. So it's 12 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday. That we're
Well,
clear on.
12, yes, at Sunday to Wednesday, closed out by that will be closed by 12.
Okay,
Thursday till 2 in the morning, 2 a.m. and Friday and Saturday till 4, please. If you can do that, that will help me a lot.
but you're a restaurant. That's, I mean, restaurants, this is when it starts getting later. It's not really operating as a restaurant anymore. It's operating more as a club and a lounge space, which is not what
Yeah.
this is a restaurant.
But it's, he addresses the Latino community, and that's very important to the Latino community is the DJs, and that's part of his method of operation. And it's very
Well,
important
okay,
for him to survive.
It wasn't supposed to be part of his method of operation, which is why we're having that conversation. So,
No, we understand that.
but what
And
I'm
that's why we're
saying-
trying to fix it.
Right.
Trying
So
to fix that.
what I'm commenting on is the 4 a.m.
Okay.
part, because that is not, that's not the DJs, that's having the DJs and the DJ leaves and you're still open till 4 a.m. This is not a restaurant. I mean,
Right.
till 4 a.m. So
I understand.
so that's that. And then the other thing is with the curtains and the soundproofing, who is responsible for closing those curtains every night? How is that going to be handled? Because that's a good part of the soundproofing, is having those curtains closed.
That would be the manager or the owner, that if he's there, who's ever there, the manager or the owner will be responsible.
And so just to clarify, so the DJ would be there from 8 to 2, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Correct.
And the rest of the time, the music is background level music only. Is that correct?
That would be, yes, yes.
I can't I'm sorry, I did not catch your name, the consultant. I still, if you can put your name in the chat, I'd really appreciate it because I didn't catch it. But
sure.
go
Okay.
ahead and speak.
I think what the, isn't it amplified? There are only two speakers, just two speakers. Where the DJ is.
So,
Putting, that's my, the name is now in the chat box.
okay, great, thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
And so go ahead. You were gonna say something?
Oh, no, you had a question that I was answering. Could you repeat that?
It was about the manager.
The
Who's
manager,
gonna handle the curtains and is there, do you have, Mr. Sanchez, do you have a longstanding manager that's been with you for a long time that is used to your procedures?
yes, you have a long-term manager there, and you would, and Mr. Sanchez lives above the restaurant, so he'll be there always.
So,
He lives on the third floor in that.
okay, but I mean, you're the consultant for the architect, correct? So, Mr. Sanchez, why don't you answer about how your place is operated, since that the architect, I don't know how they know how you operate the space.
Okay, I live in the building myself, and especially on weekends, I'm always there, okay? And I've been controlling like the noise, the music. Like I said, I live upstairs, and whenever I hear the music, it's too loud, but especially now that things are going to change, the control of for the volume, I'm always there on weekends. So I will do whatever I have to do.
Okay, so now what you shouldn't be hearing with this soundproofing, the point is you shouldn't hear any music upstairs. You should be hearing nothing. Nobody should be hearing anything. And it shouldn't have to be adjusted.
That's what I'm just saying. From now on, things have changed, but I'm still there. I work in the business 7 days a week. I'm there in and out, but especially
So
weekends.
I guess what I'm getting at, who's going to manage to make sure that the curtains are closed and everything? You're going to be there, you have a manager that's there.
I will also, I have a manager just in case if I'm not there.
Okay, all right, so let me go to the committee. I see Dr. Smith has had her hand up for quite a while now. So Dr. Smith, go right ahead.
Yeah, first, they've already answered. My question was about the hours for the DJ. But also too, Mr. Sanchez, you're not going to allow dancing, are you?
No.
No, no dancing. No
Okay.
dancing. That's what the roaming security guard is for.
Check. Okay. Susan Wittenberg.
Hi, I just wanted to reinforce that I don't think there's any support from the community for the 4 a.m. time. I mean, there's 2 a.m. on the application. I don't even think we should discuss 4 a.m. I think that should be just off the table at this point. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else on the committee that has any questions on this application?
I did, Donna.
Go ahead, Bob.
So I just want to make sure about this window that's being installed. The window is being installed inside the existing window or outside the existing window?
We can't hear you.
it would be inside the existing windows. On the inside, there'd be a dead air space between the windows that exist now and a new acrylic window on top of that.
Okay, well, that makes perfect sense. So is that window that's being installed an operable window? Can we make it so that it's fixed and not operable?
Yes, it will not, there'll be no opening of any of those windows. Nobody will be able to open the windows.
That's it.
And that's in the front and the rear.
Correct.
Okay. Is that it, Bob? Yes, it looks like you muted yourself.
Yes,
Okay,
it is.
Okay, thanks. Is there anyone else from the committee with any questions? Okay, I'm going to go to the public and see if there's anybody here on the public on this application. I have a Tim Shields. I will be promoting you. Mr. Shields, you should be able to turn on your video if you'd like and microphone. Go right ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. My name's Tim Shields. I'm here on behalf of the family at 23 East 11th Street again, as per last month. And I'd like to thank the committee for the chance to join the hearing. And I had a few questions. It's encouraging to hear of the change in plans to not use the exterior rear deck. The devil's sort of in the details about how this acrylic wall will be built and whether it will be very effective in terms of sound. And also the decibel level that the music would be set to.
Mhm.
How that would be adjusted potentially if there were still issues. As we discussed last month, and the committee was very aware, it's a very residential donut in the interior of this block. And if noise is coming through the barrier, it would probably be noticed by the residents in the interior. So the concern is what steps would be able to be taken if there were still issues. And also, I might have missed it. I didn't see the revised plans. Are they public at this time, or are they just?
You know, I don't think that they got posted onto our website. I can see if someone can do that, but it won't be tonight.
That's fine. I just was curious to review them and to understand what levels the sound might be set at and how that could be adjusted if the license were granted.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not positive what the levels were that they would be set at, but we'll see if we can work something out where this would be tested with the community or something like that to make sure that it's not leaking out.
That would
It
be
does no
wonderful.
good if it's all in there, but you can still hear everything.
Right. I mean, if it were granted and then there's a problem, then it's just going to be all the complaints again and everything, and we'll be back to square one.
Exactly. Okay, great. Is that it?
Thank you so much. That's
Okay,
it.
great. Thank you for coming back.
Yep.
Okay, does anybody else from the committee have anything? Carter?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Mr. Sanchez for working on this so diligently. So thank you.
Good. And I think, you know, what you might want to do is just make sure that the community can't hear anything. I'm not exactly sure how you're going to do that, but be outside in that donut or reach out to some of the people if you need to get anybody's name who's been here. You can get in touch with the office. So, okay.
We could have contact Mr. Shields and I will explain exactly what's going to be done. They'll be completely enclosed, but if he would allow someone to come in and test on the level, we could do that. The
Okay,
sound people will
I'll
actually
give
come in
him,
and measure it.
I'll make sure he has your contact information and that way then you can be in touch.
Well, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
great.
very
Thank
So-
much.
you.
Donna?
Yeah, Bob. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. For some, I'm having a hard time raising my hand here, but I want to second what Carter said and the fact that they're willing to work with Mr. Shields. I just think this is great. Appreciate it very much.
And I'll third it. Thank you very much for
Well, yes.
the plans and coming back. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for having us. Yes, thank you. We'll take
Okay.
care of everything else. Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
great.
All right.
Okay, thanks a
All right.
lot. Okay.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
All right, bye. Thank you.
Okay. Let me just get everybody down. All right. Hang on a second. Okay, good. So the next application is going to be EVJR LLC at 293 Mott Street. This is a Tavern Wine. If you could raise your hands. Mr. Levy, I see you. I do not see anyone else with a hand raised. Because they're all in the office with you, I presume. You're muted.
All right, we're all here together.
Okay, so why don't you run through who's in the room with you?
Sure. So Joseph Levy here representing the applicant. I have here with me Emilio Vitolo Jr. right here, who's the principal of the application. I have his other counsel, Michael, and Adriana in the back from my office.
Okay,
Emilio is the principal on the application. I'll have him introduce himself and give you a little snippet of info about the concept, and then I'll be able to jump into the nuts and bolts of the application with you.
Okay, yeah, so my name is Emilio Vitolo. I'm actually born and raised in Manhattan. I grew up on Spring Street between Elizabeth and Mott. I have a family business, which is Emilio's Bellotto on Houston Street between Mott and Mulberry. And now I'm looking to not expand, but open a different business up, more classy, 1920s vibe. There's a dress code, and just, you know, have people from the neighborhood able to have a spot where they could have a date night and dress to the nines and enjoy themselves. And I also live upstairs, so the restaurant is actually right next to the place that I am taking over as well. So I live right above the restaurant and the space that I'm taking over as well.
So the address in question, you have it there, 293 Mott Street. It's a ground floor space. It's approximately 800 square feet. We are seeking a tavern wine license this evening with a temporary permit for that. Hours of operation, we have listed as 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. 7 days. The reality is, while we do expect to have a daytime operation here in the form of sandwiches and things like that, and even some breakfast, the likelihood of people drinking at 8 a.m. is not that great, but there will be a daytime activation here, although primarily this will be an evening space. As Emilio mentioned, 1920s inspired bar with food here. The idea being capturing people who may have dinner next door that want to have a drink after dinner, curating a nice wine and beer and probably wine cocktail list, creating an element that's a little bit different than what's around there. There are a couple bars in the neighborhood, but they're more of the dive variety. This is going to be a little bit more upscale of a place. Certainly a place that is going to be available for people in the community to come in. But he really wants to create, again, in a small space, an environment that is going to appeal to a crowd that might have just had dinner that wants to drink after dinner, as opposed to maybe a different crowd that is just looking to go and, you know, get as many drinks as they can in the course of an evening. Background music only here. We're thinking just a few small speakers. There will be some security personnel here, but the reason for that is not because we're expecting the interior to get so rowdy, but it's because we want to make sure we keep the sidewalk clear. There will be a reservation system here. It will also be open for some walk-ins, but people will have to move along after they leave a name and a number if they're going to wait for a table. We're not going to have any lines or loitering outside, and that's where the security personnel will come in handy to keep the sidewalk clear, to make sure no vehicles are idling outside, Ubers, black cars, taxis, things like that. As Emilio mentioned, he lives directly upstairs, so he's the closest neighbor to the space. He was able to get about 63 signatures, which you guys see in front of you, 18 of which come from the building itself. In case it was not so easily understood, it's 55 East Houston is an AKA address for the building. So you saw a lot of signatures with that address. That's the same building. He also got additional letters of support, as well as other signatures from within a 2-block radius. We did send out a communication to all the block associations that the community board office asked us to. We did not receive any responses.
Okay. There's no outdoor seating with this?
No outdoor seating whatsoever. There are French doors and windows in the front of the space, but we're happy to close those by 10 p.m. every night.
Okay. Let's see if I had anything else. I think, and there's no TVs.
No.
It's only the ground floor, correct? There's no
Correct.
other, okay. Okay, I think that's it for me. Does anyone from the committee have any questions on this? Dr. Smith?
Yes, can you sort of say what your other business is? What kind of other business that you reference that you have? Is that on as well?
It's Emilio's Bellato. It's the corner of East Houston and Mott, Italian restaurant. Been there in the community for about 60 years. It's been in his family for about 40 or so.
Yes, 37 to be exact. And me personally, 14 years.
So if this is actually an unlicensed space, what you're asking for beer and wine, right?
Correct.
Oh, okay. All right. Very good. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carter?
Is this the space that you had tried to expand into a couple of years ago or a number of years ago?
So that was a joint thing with the landlord. We were just giving it a trial run to see what would happen, but we didn't agree on a lot of things. So we just let the landlord rent it out as a retail space. But ultimately, I mean, he wanted to run it, as a bar and just like as a hangout space. And him and my father were doing business. They didn't see eye to eye. So, gave it a trial run for a couple of months. It didn't go through. And he rented it out to J Cause and they put a clothing store there. And then when it came up for rent again after the pandemic, I had been speaking to the landlord about separating and creating a different business and doing it myself, not with my father.
And then also, I think at that time you guys said you were going to get the building paperwork in order, and it looks like it never got done or dealt with.
The building department, there was a lot of violations on the building, which the landlord did take care of. So a lot of those violations have been cleaned up, and they gave us a C of O and everything like that. So as of right now, I'm pretty sure everything's in good standing as far as violations and whatnot when it comes to the building.
Well, there's a C of O for one space on an expired certificate of occupancy, and there's a separate letter of no objection, but these are two different spaces. So what counts for what? What's the story there?
Carter, we submitted a certificate of occupancy that indicates that, one of the ground floor spaces is a used cruise sticks that's on a TCO that's good through December of 2022.
Okay, because I was just looking at the BIS system. So is that on the DOB now system? Is that?
I'm not sure where we printed it out from, but it should be within your packet, or I could certainly email you another copy.
Yes.
All right, and so are there any connections between this space and the other space?
No, it's a totally separate, unique space. It's a separate license.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, anybody else have any questions from the committee? I see none. Is there anyone here from the public on this application? Okay, Mr. Panta, hang on one second. Let me promote you. Mr. Panta, you should be able to turn on your video if you'd like and unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself? Yeah, there you go. Okay, you're still muted, but now we can see you.
How's that?
Perfect.
Okay, there's a little bit of delay sometimes when you unmute and
Yeah.
when I'm allowed to. Anyway, I'm with a group called ESBA, Elizabeth Street Block Association, that this new establishment emailed to. So I don't know. I'm not sure if I heard correctly before when their representative said that they emailed and didn't get a response, but we did respond.
Okay.
Not officially, maybe through the group email, but I did respond as a spokesperson and introduce myself as a spokesperson on this application for ESBA. So we did respond. We did have some questions in terms of hours and whether or not there would be a road bed shack outside.
Okay.
so I didn't hear, we had those questions, but we're in general support of it. Most importantly, because Capital Social, which is 2 storefronts south, has just closed, which was another old school Little Italy, a small business. And so we would offer to the community board that it's important to give approval to spaces that are legacy tenants, that are people from the neighborhood, that are small businesses. So we are always, basically, that's our, in effect, our bias, really, that we support local small businesses, especially in Little Italy area that has taken a lot of hits lately. And the loss of that establishment is definitely a loss for the community. So we like the concept. I'm not sure about the hours, and not sure about the road beds, if there's going to be road bed seating, but otherwise we just want to make it vocal that we are in approval.
Okay,
and no Emilio, and no Emilio Jr., and know that they're good tenants, they're good residents, they're good neighbors, and so forth.
Okay, so there is no road bed, there's no outside sidewalk or road bed with the application. And the hours are 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. 7 days a week.
Yeah, that sounds great. And it also sounds great that they're open during the day, to increase foot traffic to that area, since we've lost yet another small business that's, not a corporate, chain store.
Okay. Okay.
That's what we have to offer as a small group of people in the area who like to stay involved with the community.
Great. Thank you so much for showing up.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Doctor, let me just wait before you go. Dr. Smith, did you have a question for Mr.
I have a question for Eddie. Yes. Hi,
Yes.
Eddie. Where do you live?
On Elizabeth Street, 1 block away.
Okay. And what is the name of the group you're representing?
ESBA, Elizabeth Street Block Association.
Okay.
Which,
how many people are in that group, and is it from?
Well, we took a big hit during COVID, so it is not as tight knit as it used to be, but we're coming back strong because the area definitely needs more community outreach and more community involvement.
And you're the spokesperson for that?
No, I said, what I said was on this application. But I've spoken to everybody in the group, which is about, I would say, at least a dozen people who are real legacy business owners, including Kazusa from Lovely Day, who I spoke directly to about this application.
What about residents? It sounds like it was more business owners.
No, she would be the one business owner, and then Eunice, who had an apparel store on the corner of Prince and Elizabeth Street that she no longer has because due to rent increase, she's still very involved and active in the neighborhood. And these are all people who are super active in all the issues in the community that you've seen regularly on the community board, whether it's Elizabeth Street Garden or Soho or zoning. These are very involved, hardcore community activists.
I thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. Pete Davies, you should be coming up. Carter, did you have a question for Mr. Panta? Should I bring him back up here?
No, it wasn't for Mr.
Okay.
Panta.
Okay. So let me get Pete up here first.
Hi, thank you. I was hoping you could just unmute me because that transition is so.
Okay, I can do that if you prefer.
That's okay, we're good.
Okay.
Hi, Dr. Smith. I just wanted to vouch for Elizabeth Street. Elizabeth Street.
Pete. Hi, Pete. Good to see you.
They've been, and I've, as Broadway Residents Coalition, we've worked with them and for a number of years for the things that Eddie mentioned, and in regard to the L train shutdown, trying to protect the neighborhood on that. Very actively involved, but decimated by the pandemic due to loss of businesses and folks moving here and there. So just wanted to say that, and good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Okay, I think that, is there anyone else from the community on this one? I don't see any hands. Carter Booth, go right ahead.
Yeah, I was just looking at the paperwork, Joseph, and it looks, I mean, there's 3 stores with 15 occupants each. Is that all 3 of those stores?
I'm not sure which space specifically it
Because
is.
the restaurant's already used. So this is 3 spaces left that are 15 occupants each.
Yeah, so there's a hat store, the bagel shop, and then my place, and then.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it appears to be one of those additional retail stores.
Yeah,
So it explicitly says here 15 occupants in each of them.
Well, then maybe it's a few of them together, or they've got some work to do on the DOB side.
Okay, and then the other is their intention to apply for a liquor license in the future?
Right now, all we're talking about is what they're applying for right now, which is a higher end wine bar where they can showcase a lot of these wines and things like that. That's the vibe. That's what he's looking for. I can't speak to what's going to happen in the future. But
Do you guys want to speak to it? I mean, they're right there. I mean, what's?
yeah, I don't know that they've thought about it, but go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Whether you want a full liquor license in the future, or
Oh,
if you
yeah,
think
of
one
course.
here is going to be good.
Of course, I'm just trying to have something very classy and very chill for the neighborhood where people could just relax and just have a date night, a nice glass of whiskey or a nice glass of scotch on the rocks,
But this is a wine license, right?
Yeah, this is for the wine. We're doing wine.
It's a wine license.
Yeah, it's a wine license, but just like, Joseph, just by way of background, we have a lot of bars now that all started off in wine licenses that have created the density in this area. And so we learned the mistake the hard way, is that we need to weigh these all with the future intentions. And this is a tavern wine with almost no food that's open late on a residential street. And, that's what it is. And I bring that up because you have a space that may have closed, but they're going to open again. And we have such an inundation of liquor licenses in our community, in every single space conceivable across the entire community board, in every formerly retail space, that these are the types of quality of life things that end up, coming head to head. And I just bring that up because that's what it is. And
Yeah, I totally appreciate that.
we have areas that are full of problems from what was originally a beer and wine application that has then morphed. And so I bring that up because there's not much food here. It's really light. It's a bar, and it may be a tavern wine, but that's what it is. And the impacts are going to be what they are. There's already a licensed premise in the building. I don't know if this is taking up more than one place, but it's if the entrance were on Houston, it would be different. But once you pull it around on to Elizabeth, Mott, Mulberry, I mean, we have complaints all up and down that, along all those areas with things that are going on after midnight.
Yeah,
And that's where that impact is.
I fully appreciate that.
So,
And- go ahead.
it's that the nuance there is that we would rather discuss this around that with the reality, and instead of discussing this down the road, so that there be smoother, because I think that there would be much more pushback on a liquor license application later than there would now. And that's why I just raise it now, because it rather, and obviously your clients have been in the neighborhood for a long time. it's the later impacts that over and over and over again we hear about. So that's just what I'm bringing up. It's not against the whole concept. It's looking at the later hours in particular, and especially, you know, earlier in the week and on Sundays, because this is the complaint that we've heard. It's just, you know, there's a transformation in the neighborhood, okay, but it's the impacts on the later hours of operation, and in particular during the weeknight. So I'm just raising that, and and a couple of people had mentioned it to me as well, who are not with us tonight, and I said that I would bring that up. So
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's absolutely a valid point. And it was one of the things that we talked about in the process before we got here. And it's whether, you know, the full liquor was going to be important. And if that was going to be important, then it could be more of an uphill battle, and we'd have to give up some hours to make that a reality if it was even possible. Or is it the hour that's important, and does wine work? And ultimately, the consensus was that wine can work here if we had the later hours. So that's what's before you, and that's what's being presented, and that's the intention here. Of course, I can't tell you that there's never going to be an opportunity in the future where anybody would not choose to come back to make any kind of alteration or change to their application. But as of right now, and the plan before you is what they plan to execute, which is a tavern wine. We're not pretending this is a restaurant. We're not giving you a restaurant menu. This is very specifically a tavern wine that's serving beer and wine. And that's what they want to pursue, and that's what they want to execute.
okay, I just thought that I had heard that alcohol is part of what they wanted to serve clients in the beginning in their description, but I may
No, I think he thought you asked him if he wanted to serve liquor. Why wouldn't he want to serve liquor?
No, I mentioned earlier than that. I think that some of the things that were mentioned is, you know, but okay.
Dr. Smith?
Thank you very much, Carter, because when I stopped when I realized that they were beer and wine, and you're absolutely correct. They always start with this, with beer and wine, of course, with unless they say to us, and Joseph, will you be asking for a liquor license in the future? Not Joseph, the applicant, I'm sorry. You won't, Joseph Levy, you're the lawyer.
Yes.
The applicant. Because as you know, it's a different, you know, beer and wine is one thing, and, you know, you can still talk about what value it's going to add to the neighborhood. But Carter is absolutely on point. It's a whole, they start with beer and wine, and then of course with the intention of doing liquor. And then of course it makes it, you know, it's more of an impact. So I'd like to hear from the owner, the applicant, the answer to that question. Will you ever seek a beer and wine?
I have no plans for it.
You mean full liquor, right, Dr. Smith?
That's exactly what I mean.
So
Yeah.
he said he has no plans
Yeah,
for it.
no plan for it. Just really nice wine, nice craft beers.
And also all those spaces just hold the occupancy is 15 people that Carter mentioned?
What is it?
No, they must have joined the spaces. Any way you turn it around, we're gonna have to have an architect go in there and make whatever changes are necessary so that we can legally occupy the space that we want to.
And what would be the occupancy that you're hoping for?
41 people is what we're expecting. That's what we've got in terms of seats at tables and at the bar combined.
Anything outside?
No, 0 outside. No roadbed seating, no sidewalk seating, nothing outside.
Thanks a lot, Carter. All right, thank you.
And all patrons will be seated? Is that the deal?
Correct. You have, I mean, if you see the diagram, it's a small space.
Yep.
There'll be, you know, seats at the bar, seats at tables, and that's the whole space.
Patricia Laria.
Yes, hi. Will the venue institute a dress code, and how will you enforce it? Will you have security? Like,
Yes, I'm gonna have security in the front of the building. I also, like I said, I live upstairs, so I'm not looking for people to be hanging outside and waiting for cars, and you know, I don't want any of that going on. I live upstairs. I have a baby on the way, so I'm not looking for all that noise, you know. So I'm gonna make sure that the security, 2 security guards, one on site inside the premise, and the other one out on the street, just to make sure there's no loud noise or people hanging out in front of the establishment.
Okay, thanks.
Is that good? Okay, so just to, is this reservation, is it reservation only or?
There will be a reservation system, but it won't be just reservation only. They'll accommodate some walk-in. But again, if they can't accommodate them, they'll take a name and a number and no one's just.
And then they'll text them or something, they'll do a remote messaging, okay. Carter,
Yeah, I just wanted to go back. So I'm just looking at the building and I mean, I'm remembering now, I mean, this wasn't a storefront, 10 or 15 years ago, or it was just a solid wall or with some small windows or something that I don't remember when that happened, but that I think was changed. But I'm looking at it. I see that there's now what's now the bagel place on the corner. There's this space. There's the restaurant around on Houston. Were there 2 stores in this space before, or where are these 3 other stores? This is a very recently issued document, so that's why it's not like it's outdated.
No, so you have my restaurant, my family restaurant, which is on Houston Street. Right next to the restaurant is the hat store. Then after the hat store, you have the bagel place.
Got it. All right, I was forgetting the hat store.
Yeah, they created that hat store. So the bagel place and the hat store were one and the same at one point, from my knowledge. And then around the corner on Mott Street, that's what used to be J-Cause. And that's the space that I'm going to be occupying.
Right. So the hat store is where the kitchen was for the bodega, right? That's that.
That's correct.
Location. So the C of O is correct in the division of spaces. It's just not correct in their uses.
I guess
It's possible.
it could be a possibility.
Well, I don't know. You guys submitted it, not us. I mean, that's what I'm asking you guys, because
Yeah, I
that's
mean, that's the C of O that's there right now. I mean,
what's that?
That's the C of O that is accurate as of today. They're not occupying the space as of today. If there's work to do to become compliant at a city level, then they're going to do that work to make sure they're compliant.
Yeah.
Right. No, I understand. But the previous C of O was for your client's restaurant that's been outdated and wasn't renewed after 2012. So whether that responsibility is on your client, the landlord, I don't know who, that previously was not addressed.
I can't speak to that.
What's that?
I said I can't speak to that. I didn't represent them on that, and I'm not involved in that application at all, so I can't.
Okay, so what's the story behind it then?
I
Well,
don't
your
know.
client's right there. They've had the restaurant 15 years. What's the story?
The C of O for Bellatos. The story is.
Well, no, because it was just a trial run thing.
No, for the actual restaurant.
For
The actual restaurant that exists right now.
yeah.
Do you know what the story is with the C of O there? Are you involved in handling it? Is your dad doing it? What's the story?
I think my father's handling that right
But you don't
now.
know anything about it.
No, he didn't tell me anything
All right.
about it.
So he doesn't know anything about it. His dad's really the one handling it.
Yeah.
Okay, because I also just see on the questionnaire, that it says no previous licenses are on there. So I'm just.
So
I'm
he's
just
not a
confused.
principal. He's not a principal on that license. It's his dad.
Yeah.
He's worked there
Okay.
for the last 14 years.
So it's.
And now he's trying to do something himself.
Got it. Okay.
Dr. Smith,
Yeah, do you actually need a 2 p.m. closing?
2 a.m.
I'm sorry, 2. That was probably a Freudian. I'm sorry, a 2 a.m. closing for 7 days for your business?
Yes. The 2 a.m. closing is important for the business.
Thank you.
Lois?
Specifically, what is the dress code?
The dress code for males would just be a suit coat, dress pants, and dress shoes. That's at night, so that would be enforced at probably around 8:00 p.m.
And for women.
And the ladies?
I'm sorry?
The ladies.
Oh, and for
The ladies, what's the dress code for the ladies?
The ladies just no jeans. That's pretty much it.
Are you going to write this, put a sign up in your store or at your restaurant and on your website about the dress code in advance?
Yes, there will be a sign there, and there will also be the security guard that's in the front watching his space as well.
Will it be on your website?
Yes.
Lois, anything else?
So basically you're saying no, yes. Basically you're saying no high-end sneakers?
Yeah, there's no sneakers. It's just shoes, dress shoes.
Not even high-end?
Not even high end, no.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Okay,
Susan?
thanks.
Susan?
Hi, could you tell me what time your family restaurant Balado closes?
What time does Balato's close? Kitchen closes at 10:30. And the restaurant closes at 11 o'clock.
Okay, I just asked because
Friday
you
and
said,
Saturday is 12. But sometimes we get stuck there till like 2 a.m.
understand. I just asked that, plus another question, because you said you were hoping that customers from there sort of spilled over, but that restaurant's closing much earlier and you're open till 2, so the spillover will.
The restaurant closing is one thing, right? So even after it's closed, if people still have food on their plate, I'm not gonna push everybody out and make them leave.
I understand that, but Balado also has no dress code, so I don't see necessarily why you would assume many people from that restaurant will go to yours. It's a completely different vibe, so to speak.
It's gonna be a completely different vibe. That's the whole point. So it's a
No, I
completely.
understand, but I thought I heard you, maybe I am incorrect, that you said gave an example of people from that restaurant coming to this wine bar afterwards, but I'm trying to see the link, particularly because Balado, which has been there forever, I mean, I've been there many times, doesn't have a dress code. So if I went to Balado's dressed in my jeans and sneakers, I couldn't come to your wine bar. So I'm sure that would be the true of a lot of people.
Yeah,
So,
it's a good,
but
it's a good question. And I think, so again, the idea here is this is not an extension of Balado's per se. This is a separate business, but the idea is that there are some people from Balado's that we're going to try to capture there for when they're done with dinner and they want to get a drink afterwards. If there's a dress code and someone is not dressed in a way that adheres to the dress code, obviously that's not going to be a good fit to come to the new space. But if you do comply with the dress code, then it's a logical next stop option for people. But it's not.
okay,
not
yeah, I
gonna-
understand. It's just not that many people. It's a different place. Just
Yeah,
wanted to
it's also a small space. So, it's not really for everybody to finish. It's not like we're going to be, bringing people over in like a, like almost like a conga line from the restaurant to the wine bar. You know what I mean?
I didn't think you said that, but anyway, you answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Smith.
Yeah, I thought I heard when you were first describing your venture to the applicant I'm speaking now. You said something about people dressed from the 20s, or did I misunderstand?
It was a 20s themed establishment, not people dressing from the 20s.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, thanks. Why the 20s theme? I don't mean to keep asking you questions, but why the 20s theme? Is there something about the 20s theme that you?
I love that time period. I love the way things were built during that time. I love the way people dress during that time. I'm gonna have a lot of my staff members, dressed to fit that time period, and I'm hoping that it'll give people kind of an incentive to dress up and have this place where they could just, really dress up and look fancy and go out to have a couple of drinks and just relax and have a beautiful date night. and actually dress up, because nobody really dresses up anymore, and that's the whole reason for the dress code. And, I deal with it at the restaurant all the time. And there's, tons of people that come in with their sweatpants or shorts, and they look like they just rolled out of bed, and nobody really dresses up to go out anymore. So I'm gonna see if that's a fit for the place, and hopefully it is.
Thank you.
Lois, did you have something else?
Excuse me. I'm really questioning your dress code because women wear beautiful jeans and high heels, and you're going to tell a woman that she cannot come in because she's wearing a high-end, gorgeous, good jeans?
Well, when it comes to, it's gonna be women and men. So if a man's wearing jeans, he's not gonna get in. If a girl's wearing jeans, she's not gonna get in. It doesn't matter how much it costs. It's just, the dress code is what the dress code is.
Okay. Okay, I think we got.
Okay, thank
on
you.
that. Susan, your hand is still up. I think you just didn't put it down. Correct. Okay, great. Anybody else from the committee have anything? I don't see anything. Okay, great. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good night.
Thanks.
Okay. The next application is going to be Beau Mulberry at 122 Mulberry. This is a restaurant wine. You could raise your hand.
You're saying. You can get. Okay. How come Sheldon doesn't?
Becky, I think, let's see.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. Can you turn on your video?
Yeah, sure. Hold on. Hey, everyone. My name is Becky Lin, and I'm here for Beau Mulberry, located at 122 Mulberry Street, New York.
Okay,
And this is
let me just ask, you're the attorney for the applicant, or are you the applicant?
I'm the applicant. I'm a friend to the applicant. Yep. Mhm.
So is the applicant here?
Okay, something came up. He's like he needs to be somewhere, so he couldn't be here tonight.
Because we really like to see the applicant. So.
But one of the friends, I'm helping the applicant to start a business. I don't know the applicant's attendance is military, so and then he really has to be somewhere tonight. It's personal issue, so.
Okay, I mean, it's generally speaking, we very much like to see the applicant because they are the ones whose name is on the license, so they are the ones that can speak to anything if we that can make any decisions if we ask any questions and need any determinations made.
Well, I can speak on behalf of the applicant.
All right. I guess go ahead.
Donna, just before we go on, can you clear up? You signed this our questionnaire as a representative, but you're telling us you're their friend. Are you engaged by them financially to represent them?
No, not financially, but in terms of management, I'm going to be their manager for the time being when they start out their business. Because I'm much more experienced in the restaurant management. So yep, I'm gonna do not financially involved, but will be helping them with all aspects of business startup.
But you're not a principal.
I'm not the principal of the business.
But because I'm just generally, when we see a representative who has signed the paperwork. They're financially engaged with them and they're professionally representing them. But I'm hearing that you're saying you're actually going to be the manager of the business, or
Mhm.
and are you allowed to legally speak on their behalf and
Yes.
engage in contracts, sign documents, etc.?
What kind of documents you referring to, like the lease or anything like that? I can sign a business check as a manager. I can, edit the menu and all aspects of a business operations.
So,
Okay, I'm just
yeah,
Okay.
understanding
so-
the relationship since the applicant's not here.
right. Dr. Smith, did you want to chime in?
Maybe can she speak to the owner to say, and if he or she can't come, maybe they should lay it over.
Right.
All right, let me make a quick call, and if he can join us right now, then he will join us. Okay.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move on to the next application, and then I'll call you back up. The other question I would ask, if they can't join us tonight, is do they want to lay this over and come back next month so that they can join us?
Oh, so if he cannot attend tonight, and then that's the only option, to lay it over to next month?
It's much preferred. That's what I would say. We like to hear from the applicant. That's the person whose business it is, who is responsible for even hiring you. So we like to have the applicant here.
But the applicant doesn't speak proper English. He probably wouldn't understand. So.
But at least the applicant would be there you could translate for the applicant and we could hear from the applicant.
Okay.
Because the applicant is going to be the one running the business, correct?
Yep. He's gonna be there, but I'm gonna be there. I'm the main person gonna be in the restaurant, so I can actually speak for the restaurant.
But if the applicant were here, the applicant would be able to tell us that, and we would be hearing that from the applicant. That's why that's important, because right now we don't have that.
Okay, let me make a quick call.
Understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to demote you. I'm going to move on to the next application, and then I'm going to have you come back up. Is that all right?
Okay, so I'm the next, right next.
Yeah. Okay, and you see what they want to do, okay?
Sure.
Okay, thanks a lot.
No problem.
Okay, so the next application is going to be Timoni, doing business as Trey Giovanni at 548 LaGuardia, sorry. And I see Americ Cosme, you can turn on your video and unmute yourself. You're muted.
Hello, good evening. How are you?
Good. Is
Thanks
it
for
just
having me.
you? Is it just you? Okay. So go ahead and explain this application because I'm confused by it.
We've been confused as well. So we were originally appeared in front of you in person before the pandemic. We had a corporate restructuring. It's the same family. We've been in the business here for 34 years and counting. We had a corporate restructuring from where I took over from my dad and his partners. My dad's still involved in the business. He's Arbin. And we bought out his partners. So we had a corporate change. They originally had a wine and beer license. We applied for a full liquor license. We were approved by the board and SLA. We were granted a temporary license. But then we had to get a letter of no objection because there was no CFO on the property because it is a landmark building. And in order to procure a letter of no objection, going back and forth with the DOB, they had told us that we had to close out several items that were left open by the previous management. And we had to retest our gas lines. And there was a big mess that opened up from that can of worms that we took care of slowly. The pandemic then happened, and it really put a wrench in everything that we were doing. We had to get an architect, a plumber, and it's taken a very, very long time, and we almost didn't make it out of all of this, but we've worked together with our landlord, and thank God that we've been able to make it through.
Okay, so that now makes a little more sense. So when you were here for the upgrade, that was in October 2017, I believe. Does that
Yes,
sound
it
about right?
was. Yes, it was.
So you've been going back. So have you've been operating since then?
Yes, we have on and off. We shut down a couple of months during the pandemic, but yes, we have.
And with the restaurant wine license or?
No, with no license.
With no license. So you've had no license for this time. So you've just been operating as a restaurant, no liquor.
As a restaurant, yeah, and it's been a nightmare.
Okay, gotcha. So you are here to now go through. You are here today to.
We've made it.
Okay. And so basically, you are here to redo what you did in October 2017. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
So why don't you tell me what that is?
So we've always been a local family restaurant. We've been selling pizza, pasta. We have a full menu. When we had a wine and beer license, we'd always have customers that would ask us for after dinner drinks and this and that. And we were never able to provide that. So we wanted to upgrade our license to include all liquor.
Okay, and so it's a ground floor and a basement.
Yes.
Correct? Is it, do the patrons use the basement or no?
No, no.
And what are your hours?
Our hours are for 12, Monday through Sunday, every day from 12. During the week, we close the kitchen around 10 o'clock, and then we close the kitchen on the weekends. On Friday and Saturday, we stay open till 11, and on Sunday, we close at 9 p.m.
Okay. And is there any outdoor seating with this?
There is.
And what is that?
There is 4 tables in front of the restaurant, 4 tables of 2, and then now there is the on the street, the shed with 3 tables.
And how many seats? 3 tables?
3 tables, there is 4, 6, 10 seats total. 2 4s and 1 2.
Okay, so it's 4 tables of 2, so it's 8 on the sidewalk. I think your application said there's 12 on the sidewalk, so there's.
We've taken out a number of tables
Okay.
to kind of, so we pulled back away from the sidewalk a little bit, and then
Okay.
we've kept what we had in this, you know, we don't want to go overboard with what we have.
And so on your application, it says the hours are 12 to 11. Is that?
Yeah, 12 to 11, that's what we'd like to keep it at. To be honest, we've been closing earlier a lot of the time
No,
because
that's
there
okay.
hasn't.
Tell us
Yeah.
what you want as the hours, because hopefully.
12 to 11, 12 to 11, yeah.
Okay,
We haven't seen that in a long time, to be honest, but yeah, 12 to 11.
okay, and the outdoor. What time are you closing that? You're closing that? Yeah, what time? Are you closing?
At 11, at 11.
Okay. And there are 19 tables and 50 seats. Is that about right on the inside? I'm just trying to.
Yes, I would say so.
That's what I see on the application. And what is your music?
We're a little bit all over the place, but we have light, Italian and
So
international.
what is the music level? Let me rephrase it. Is
Oh,
it background or it's
from
entertainment level? Do you have any
background.
DJs? Okay.
No DJs.
Okay. No DJs, no dancing,
No.
no live music.
No live music, no.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to go on to the committee. Dr. Smith? Dr. Smith?
Sorry about that. Hi, how are you? I
Hello.
that restaurant often, it's very, you guys have taken up a lot of the sidewalk. In fact, I don't even think a wheelchair can come through there because you have the seating outside and then you the road bed, but those tables come way out on the sidewalk. Yeah, that's something that I just noticed. I pass by you all more than 3 or 4 times a day. It's not, I never hear any loud music or anything, but that sidewalk, I don't know the measurements. What is it supposed to be for that sidewalk with table and chairs? Donna, is that standard?
They have to leave 8 feet of clearance.
Well, it doesn't look like, I mean, I haven't taken my measure, and I haven't thought to do that. In fact, I'm very glad he's here. But I can tell you, I think they've extended that to, it's not, I think it's less, I think they're taking up more than 8, but I could be wrong. But I know it's very, very narrow to get through there. And I don't think 2 people walking together, I know can go, but 1 person can. And I don't know if if someone in a wheelchair could go through there at all. However, on the other side of the street, on LaGuardia, right, like opposite the buildings, that's a bigger sidewalk because there's no restaurants. I mean, there are restaurants, but not in front of him. It's NYU, Washington Square Village apartment. So I don't know, Amir, what do you have to say for what I've just said? And also, what is your experience what kind of experience do you have in running? You're saying you're taking this over now from your father. Have you
Yes.
been in business yourself for a long time?
I've worked in numerous restaurants. I worked with my father's when I was younger. I started making coffee, and it used to be a pizza place, right? And then I kind of branched out, and I've worked in several restaurants uptown on the Upper East Side. Le Bouquet, I was the maitre d' there for about 5 years, and all throughout. What I can say about the outdoor seating are specifically, I mean, I'm always trying to keep up with my staff and pulling the tables back, but it's a little bit strange there in front of our restaurant because our next door neighbor has, there's like what used to be a planter for a tall tree that has kind of died there. People always kind of have to shimmy around because he has this like square tree raised space that I guess belongs to New York State or whoever it belongs to. It may seem like it's a little bit more narrow than it actually is because of the way you have to walk there. You kind of have to like zigzag after you pass through our restaurant. You kind of have to like zigzag and like kind of walk back onto the sidewalk area. It's a little bit strange, but I will definitely take note of what you said. I'm sorry if you ever had trouble walking through there or anything like that. I always try to make sure that their tables are, because we only have 4 tables. It's not like we're like
I'm not talking about the number of tables. I'm saying you have it out and you have the road bed. What
I will definitely pay more attention to that.
What neighbor you're referring to? The Asian place or the?
Yes. There's like a tree there that is no longer living there. It's kind of like a dirt patch. I mean, I think that belongs to him or the city or whoever it belongs to. I'm not sure, but people always have to shimmy around.
I think it might be a good idea to measure and remind the people
for sure
those tables back. I know a wheelchair can definitely not get through.
For sure, I will take note. For sure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Lois?
Yes, I agree with Dr. Shirley. I live around the corner. My friend just recently has to be in a wheelchair, and we were walking down LaGuardia Place on your side of the restaurant, and it's a wide sidewalk, and he could not pass. We couldn't wheel him through. And what the reason is, it's not a tree, it's your patrons and matrons, probably my neighbors, are extending their chairs from the table into the pathway of the sidewalk, and it was very unpleasant. And of course, the neighbors and the people sitting there are nice, and they have to pull in their chair, but this is not appropriate for a person who is on either a walker, a carriage, or a wheelchair. So please keep this in mind, because that man, and my friend in the wheelchair, almost fell over because he became imbalanced. So please be careful. Tell your manager that the chairs have to be pulled in.
I will for sure. I will for
Thank
sure. I
you.
definitely will mention that. I'm sorry to hear that.
Okay, so I think the thing is to make sure that the 8 feet is the 8 feet. I was just looking on Google Maps. It looks like some of your tables are kind of set at an interesting angle. So maybe, I don't know what you need to do to make sure that sidewalk is clear, if it's straighten them out or make sure people don't pull them out there. And that I don't know if you have crowds out there, but maybe a reservation system or something. That's the deal. So, and then I think the Sidewalk Cafe was, when it was licensed for a Sidewalk Cafe, the hours were 10 PM Sunday through Thursday and 11 PM Friday and Saturday. So could we agree to the 10 PM, do the same hours for
agree.
the outside, the 10 PM Sunday to
course we could
Thursday?
agree.
Okay. Okay, does anyone else from the committee have anything on this? Let me see if there's anyone here from the public that wants to speak on this application. I don't see anyone. Okay, thank you.
Thank
Good-
you. Thank
Good
you, everyone.
luck. I hope things finally work out and we don't. see-
Yes, yes, we've
again,
come this
so.
far. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for
Thank you.
coming.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye-bye.
Good night. Okay, I am going to call back Beau. If you could just raise your hand again. Let's see, I see. Going to promote you. Oh, wait, hang on. Just moved.
Yeah,
Miss
hi,
I see someone else logged in with your name. Is that the applicant or?
yes, that's the applicants. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm able to get a hold of the applicants and
Okay.
he's here joining us tonight.
Okay.
Mr. Liu, can you hear me? If you can hear me, 就是 raise your hand, please.
Yeah, I just pulled him up, so he's up here.
Oh.
Let me just change his name.
Mhm.
And can you translate for him if need be?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great, great. And Mr. Liu, could you turn on your video camera?
开那个录像，镜头要开出来。
No, because we have to restart.
Oh.
Oh, 我可以说话吗？
Okay, we need to restart the computer.
Okay,
Sorry, just give us 1 second.
yeah, we'll give you 1 minute. Just go ahead.
Thank you.
It's okay. Okay, so we'll just wait a second.
Okay.
Or should I call you back up again?
Just be a minute, right? 大概需要多长时间？
2 minutes.
You know what, let me just go. I have one other applicant. Let me just do one other application and then I'll call you back up again. Okay?
Okay, no problem.
Okay, thanks. So restart your machine, so be ready to go. I'm sorry, but we have a long agenda too, so just to keep it moving. Okay, next application, WLLC, the Woolly 390 Broom. If you could raise your hands.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. I think just let everybody, okay.
Michael Kelly representing the applicant, David Tobias and Eric Aldelson are with me. They're the two owners.
Okay,
Okay, let me go ahead. This is an on-premise liquor license application for WLLC, doing business as the Woolly. We're located at 390 Broom Street at the corner of Broom and Mulberry. The premise was recently occupied by Seymour's from June 2015 to its recent closing. They had an on-premise liquor license. We are a full-service American restaurant with a full kitchen and menu. Inside, we have 19 tables with 58 seats and a 9-seat bar. All seating is on the 1,380 square foot first floor. 1,400 square foot basement will be used for storage. There's no seating down there. No customers will be allowed down there. The hours of operation will be 9 a.m. to midnight, 7 days a week. We have background music. Soundproofing was installed by Seymour's, who had no noise complaints from neighbors, from what we learned from the residents we spoke to. We will participate like Seymour's in the open restaurant seating program. On the sidewalk, we'll have 4 tables, 8 seats on Broome Street, 8 tables, 16 seats on Mulberry Street, for a total sidewalk seating capacity of 12 tables and 24 seats, all 2-seaters against the building. We will have 11 tables and 22 seats on the street within a legally constructed shed using the same floor area as Seymour's did. There is no bike lane there. The outdoors will close at 11 unless you're okay with it closing at 12, considering where it is on Mulberry Street. The owners had an on-premise liquor license at the Woolly at 9 Barclay Street, AKA 233 Broadway, from 2005 to its closure due to COVID. There were no SLA violations there. Eric's father actually owned it from 2005 to 2015. Eric and David managed the location from 2009 and took ownership and were on a liquor license from 2016 to the closing. The owners will be on-site owner-operators and will supply their cell phones to the neighbors. We spoke to people in our building and neighbors. We submitted 36 signatures of support. 14 were from the building. The rest are from our block. The owners searched the village for a previously licensed premise and to open it and found this one. I did mark down no private parties, but we'll probably have about 12 a year. These are birthdays or corporate events, something like that. There'll be no outside promoters. And if there are any questions, we'll be glad to answer them.
Okay, the sidewalk seating previously closed Sunday to Thursday at 10, Friday and Saturday 11. Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Okay, and those accordion doors previously were supposed to be closing at 10 p.m. Is that
good, David?
Okay.
That sounds good to me. Eric, you okay with that?
I am. Thanks.
Okay. And so on Mulberry Street, is that part of the Mulberry Mall? Is the street closed there where the roadbed, where you're putting the roadbed?
It would be if they have the mall coming back.
Okay. And let's see, there's, what else? That's it, background music only, no DJs, no dancing, no live music. No pictures of beer.
Nope.
Okay, all right. That's it for me. Dr. Smith?
Yes, how many, you say you have 24 seats outside, how many seats are inside?
There's 58, 59 seats inside, or 58 seats. 58 seats at tables and a 9-seat bar. So
Okay, so
67 altogether. There's a letter of no objection for 74.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee have any questions? I see none. Let me go to the community. Laura Tenenbaum, I am promoting you. Robin Goldberg. Laura, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm here. I don't really have much to say. I had met with the people from Seymour's when they came, and if this is going to be run basically the same hours, the same way, I don't really see an issue. Seymour's was awfully loud inside sometimes. I often had to, when I went to dine there, I often asked them to please turn the music down a bit. I did clock it at 85 decibels several times. So if it just seemed an inappropriately loud level, and I would hope that this would be kept to a more moderate sound inside. I don't think it really echoed out outside. I just wanted to let the committee know that Seymour's did have an outdoor cafe on the sidewalk. and it was actually lovely. So hopefully these people too will be a good asset in the neighborhood. That's all I had to say.
Thank you.
But I defer to Robin, who's really a lot closer.
Great, thanks, Laura. Robin? Robin, you can turn on your video. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, a little echoey, but I can hear you.
Hi, Robin.
Hi. Just as a matter of reference, it's north of where the Mulberry Mall stops on Broome. So it's not part of the Mulberry Mall. I would hope that there would not be a kiosk constructed to take away from the street. I know that it's under review with the city and probably will be voted down, which is a good thing. Other than that, I don't have anything else to say, but good luck, and a little disappointed that no one reached out to me, but whatever. Thank you so much.
Okay, great, thank you. So yeah, so let's just talk about what the roadbed is going to be. Is it going to be an open seasonal seating? Because this is a gray area with the way the licensing is going now. For that.
It would be, it would only come out 5 feet from the street. We wouldn't be using the 8 feet. And from what I'm hearing, we may not have a chance to build it.
Okay. So you're not planning on enclosing it, or you're just, you're not building it till, is it going to be an enclosed thing?
No, it'll be open in the
It'll
front.
be open. Well, in the front, I'm talking about the sides.
The sides would have to be closed.
So it's not a seasonal.
Well, it would be mainly in the winter, but we would be using it in the summer also. If it lasts that long. I don't think it's gonna be around next summer.
Not sure if that's gonna be around. And that's something you need, right? The roadbed. I mean,
Yeah, Seymour's had it. And it seems to attract people that don't want to eat inside, like my wife.
is there anybody else from the committee with anything? Not seeing anything. Okay, great. Thank you for coming. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good night.
You too.
Take care.
Okay, let me see if I can do this differently. Okay, now I'm going to call back up the Beau and hopefully
Hi, everyone, I'm back again.
okay.
Do we have Mr. Liu here? Hello?
Yep, he's coming, and let me just rename him again.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, we have you, we have sound and video. Thank you. Great. Okay, go ahead and thank you for coming.
How come I can't see him?
We can see him. Are you looking at the gallery view or just the speaker view?
Let me switch to gallery. Okay, yeah, hi. All right, so I can see everyone here. Okay, so my name is Becky Lin, and this is Mr. Liu here, the principal of the business. And we're called Balthazar Mulberry, and it's a small restaurant located at 122 Mulberry Street and between Hester and Canal Street. And we serving buns and rice wraps, just nothing major. And we're going to be open from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday to Sunday. Just the same hours, no outdoor seating, and only background recorded music for the restaurants. And we probably doing a little bit of a pickup order and delivery. And there's only 25 seats and 5 tables. And this location has been restaurants for over a decade. And there's the previous legal license existing on the premises, but it was expired, I think, back in 2020 due to the COVID-19. And now the new owner taking over, try to turn into a nice little restaurant to serve the neighborhood. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If you have any questions, you're free to ask.
Okay, so is there is a basement and a main floor. Is there any patron use of the basement?
No, basement is only for storage purposes.
Okay, and where is the bathroom?
The bathroom is in the back of the dining, like the restaurant, the first floor.
Okay, I did not see that on the diagram, so that's why I'm asking.
Okay, let me see. Because, you know, we're going to do a little bit of change.
And does Mr. Liu have do you have other restaurants?
No, he doesn't.
No. So this is the only Beau tea. There's no other. Okay. And how is everything cooked? Is there any open flame cooking?
Not really, just making rice wraps and bombs. Maybe we're using the oven.
Oven, so there's not an open flame, no open flame, because that's not permitted in that location. Okay, so and then I don't see any wine or beer on this menu.
Because, you know, we're going to have a separate wine or beer menu when the license once approved.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking about another restaurant, I thought there was something that was a Beau tea some on this menu. Okay, so it looked like the same thing. Yeah, the website. So beauteahouse.store. That's listed on here on the menu that you provided. That
Okay. Hold on, let me see. Yes, there's a website. Yep.
Yep. So if you go to that website, it says locations and it says Mulberry Street, West 4th, Union Square Park, and then the Smorgasburg. So Mr. Liu is not involved with any of those. That's why I'm asking my question. I'm trying to understand how these all work together, since that's the website that's on the menu.
Well, it's kind of like, because Balti West is like doing the franchise thing. So Mr. Rouge is like a franchisee of the Balti. And then they're doing advertisement and promotions together. That's why we put the locations together.
Okay, then do these other locations have restaurant wine licenses?
No.
No.
Mhm.
So then my next question is going to be, why do you need one at this location if they don't have them at the other locations?
Well, we're probably going to add a little bit of our own menu, like appetizers and stuff. And because the location, and people like to enjoying afternoon tea or a light beer along with the appetizers and the light dishes that we're going to serve. So it's pretty fit for the business in this area. So that's why we want to add beer and wine license.
Okay, but Mr. Liu has not run a restaurant before. This will be his first restaurant. Will this be your first restaurant?
Yes.
But he worked in the restaurant for years. but not as owner.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the committee. Dr. Smith, you have your hand up?
That was my question. First of all, thank you, Mr. Liu, for coming. You look so young. How many, how long have you been working in a restaurant and what capacity? You've never owned one before, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
I asked the question, has he owned a restaurant before? And the answer he said was no. How long has he worked at a restaurant and in what capacity?
Well, he worked in the restaurant as a chef for more than a decade, and he never owned a restaurant. This is his first restaurant. Mhm.
Were these restaurants in New York City?
Yes.
Okay. Does he understand English at all?
Well, 你之前在什么地方上过班？讲中文就好了。
1号多野街那边拉面店也上班。
Okay, so he pretty much working around the Chinatown area, like Mulberry and 还有说什么1号什么？
往多野 Street。
往多野 Street。
As a chef, you said?
是做厨师吗？
厨房里面对。
Yes, as a chef.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anybody else in the committee have any questions?
I don't have a question, Donna, but I just want to, I want to make sure that they understand, you know, it's 9 o'clock. I mean, is that when the kitchen closes? I mean, that's awful early. I just want to make sure that there's enough in terms of the beer and wine license and that he understands that. That's all.
Yeah, he understands. We understand.
Okay. All right. I just, you know, if you want to be out open later, you have to come back. And so, you know, that's for an alteration application or change in method of operation. And so I just want to make sure you understood that. That's all, because that takes time and effort to come back, and it could be resolved now. If he needs another hour, you know, if he needs 10 p.m., that's all I'm saying. 9 p.m. is early in comparison to many of the applications we get. That's all. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Good. I mean, that's very good that you bring that up. We actually probably going to extend our hours on the weekend to probably 10:30, but just only the weekends. But so far, we focus on closing at 9 p.m.
So those are the. Okay.
My
Carter?
suggestion is 10 and 11. That's my suggestion, Donna.
10 p.m.
All the other franchises close at 6 and 8. I'm just gonna put that out there for this restaurant, but
okay.
Carter?
Yeah, my question again was just the Department of Buildings, the certificate of occupancy that you presented is for 8th Street. It's not for this location in the materials. And then secondly, on our questionnaire, it asks if there is a manager, and the answer is no. And you've indicated to us that you're going to be the manager. So you need to disclose, you need to disclose that.
Okay, so that was probably misplaced of the check mark. We mean we have a manager on site.
Okay.
I
You also, if you're going to be the person operating the business, you need to disclose that as well in filling out the forms to Liquor Authority.
Oh, yes, yeah, but that application is not complete. We're going to send out a updated application to the legal authority.
Okay, but and you realize that when we'll be sending you a stipulations agreement, which is going to have all the information that you presented, and at that point, you won't be able to amend that without filing an alteration application with the Liquor Authority. So it's very important that we have all the accurate information on how you plan to operate the business.
Yep, we understand.
Because you've just changed the hours, et cetera. So we just need to know the full details so that it's properly reflected
Mhm. So we're going to update managers questionnaires on the application, and also we're going to update the hours for the weekend up to 10 p.m. instead of 9 p.m. And that's 2 changes we're going to make on the application before we send out to the bigger authority.
Yeah, but you need to make those with us because you'll need to sign a document agreeing to everything and outlining everything we've discussed this evening. So there's not, you may submit those in the future, but we need to be clear what it is you're doing.
So you want me to send out a updated community board?
Well, we're going to be sending you a stipulations agreement. Which reflects back the information that you've said here tonight, what's on the materials that you've submitted.
Okay, that's no problem.
So is there anything else that's changing?
We don't, 我们没有什么要改变的嘛，是不是？陈焕在那边吗？没有什么要改变的吗？
不知道改变什么东西。
就是说有时间要不要改？就是只是 weekend 改成10点这样子，他可能也不会让你开太晚就是了，那就是改这2个。
有可以。
Okay, yeah, just that. Yep, we're not gonna make any more changes.
And then also, where exactly is your bathroom on your diagram?
Hold on.
The patron bathroom, not an employee bathroom.
Okay, so this diagram is not very clear to me.
Well, I raised the issue because the diagram actually conforms with New York City's rules, because if you have 20 seats or less, you're not required to have a patron bathroom. But if you're applying for a liquor license, beer and wine, or full liquor, any license, you're required to have a patron bathroom. So I just want to be absolutely clear where your patron bathroom is, because you're required to have a patron bathroom if you're applying for a license.
Okay, so in that case,
You're actually supposed to have 2 bathrooms, but I'm assuming you're going to be applying for a waiver of the 2 bathroom rule.
Yep, because we have like small place. Yep.
I don't see any bathroom, so.
Right. In this case, we're going to have bathrooms in the basement.
Okay, but there's no patron access in the basement, right?
Okay. Okay, so that's probably one thing that I need to speak with my architect to confirm with him, because the diagram is not very clear to me. So I'm gonna confirm with him, because we were actually talking about putting the bathroom in the back, like next to the front like bar, but yeah, we're still confirming that.
Well, I'm just a little uncomfortable moving forward with this without having a clear understanding where the bathroom is. That's not something that's just moved around. And it's required for a license application. And the fact that there's no bathroom here anywhere is of concern, because it looks like perhaps the license was issued in error if there's no patron bathroom from the previous licensee. I mean, there should be a bathroom here.
It will be a bathrooms upstairs. Yep.
But we need to see
Where
it.
will it be?
Do you mind if I make a quick call to my architect?
Yeah.
Really quick.
I mean, okay. You should really be laying this over to have all the information together so that you can come to us with it. Dr. Smith, did you want to?
I was going to ask a question. She has to make a call. I have a question for her, but let her make the call.
Yeah.
I'll take my hand down and when she finishes.
Okay, I got you.
那个 stairs 是哪里呢 ？OK， 好的。Okay, so yes, I'm back. Sorry, everyone. Okay, so my mistake. So we're going to have access to the basement, have a patron's bathroom, which is separate from storage downstairs in the basement. So see their diagram. There's a stairs, and that stairs lead inside the stairs lead to the basement for a patient's bathroom, and there's solely bathroom. Is nothing else, next to their bathroom.
So there is going to be patron use of the basement.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
For the bathroom that I can't see because I don't have any diagrams of the basement. I don't see a diagram of the basement unless I'm missing, unless I made a mistake.
你可以发吗？
楼下我们没有，
那惨了。
就是我们楼下没有图纸，因为那个，
Yeah，
就是楼下的图纸我们没有，因为房东原来的没有给我们，而且没有动楼线，没有改过楼线，装修都没有做楼线。
之前就是有 bathroom 是吗？
对，之前就我们租进来的时候，它就有个厕所在楼下。
Okay, so actually there's no diagram for the basement. However, that restaurant, the restaurant is actually existing in the basement from the previous restaurant.
Okay, but I can't see that, which is problematic for me because I have no idea. Dr. Smith, go ahead with your question.
I was going to ask you, Becky, what is are you a principal?
No, they're gonna be helping the principal running their business. Mm-hmm.
And the person with whom you spoke, is Mr. Liu the only principal on this license?
No, this is the employee from the architect office, which I know him personally.
Thank you.
It's like a friend, because we're friends. We refer each other for a like a join.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And is there live music?
No live music, only recorded.
Because that's also that's checked off on your liquor authority form. Says that there'll be live music.
You mean that on the application?
Yeah, on the liquor authority application.
Oh, that won't be any live music. That must be a mistake. It's recorded. When you check the box, it's like before. It's before the selection or after the selection. Just the box that unchecked.
Okay. I mean, that's what the whole thing is boxes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And are there any operable doors and windows in this location?
We only have one exit, front door, and window, just front. It's no other exit.
So the windows don't open?
Window don't open. Mm-hmm.
And so what are the hours that you're asking for now?
Monday through Friday will be 11 to 9 p.m. And I'm sorry, let me rephrase it. So it's Monday through Thursday, 11 to 9 p.m. And Friday and Saturday, hold on, let me just hang on. Friday and Saturday is 11 to 9, and then Sunday will be sorry, so let me rephrase it. Because I keep seeing those messages. I'm unprepared, so I'm like really nervous right now. Sorry about that, everyone.
Nervous.
So Monday through Thursday will be 11 to 9 p.m. And that's also for Sunday, 11 to 9 p.m. And Friday and Saturday will be 11 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay. Does anybody else on the committee have any questions?
I have one question. So what else will be happening in the basement?
Nothing, because we're going to, there's a like separate bathroom with the wall and no access to the storage in the basement. So the patrons just go down the stairs and use the bathroom. The only access will be the bathroom. So there's not gonna be anything, any entrance, any exits for the patrons.
Yeah, but what I mean is, are you using the basement other than the bathrooms? Is there storage? Is there a prep area? What's in the basement?
Okay, so just the storage, just probably if we have enough space, we're probably not going to put a lot of stuff there, just as a bathroom purposes.
So there's no cooking, there's no prep areas, there's no food handling.
Nope.
But then where is that upstairs?
The upstairs, we do cooking, we do wrapping, surprise, no cooking though. Just prepare the food upstairs.
Well, I think the question was, where upstairs is that being done?
Because I don't see that. Is that on this diagram, a food prep area, or? Did you understand what I was asking?
Yes, there's a part in the back of the store that's for kitchen.
When you say back of the store, I'm looking at the proposed scope of work. Where on the proposed scope of work is that?
Let me take a look at the diagram. Hold on. Okay, so this building is like proportioned a little differently than other building. So first, when you go into that the bar area and patron area, there's a bar like cashier behind it, and then we go down towards the end of the building. You see a stairs go down like half level. That's our kitchen. And then when you step out and go to a separate stairs, is lead to the basement to the patient's bathroom. So that's how we functions as a restaurant in there.
So let me just ask a question. I'm not an architect, so this may be very apparent to anybody else, but to me, I see two plans saying partial first floor, then one says demolition plan and one says proposed plan. I'm not sure what the demolition plan is, the one that shows tables and chairs. The proposed plan shows no tables and chairs, a hallway and a bar. Neither one shows a kitchen or a prep area. So what's being demolished, what's being built, and where is the kitchen?
Well, pretty much it's not structure change to the outlet of the restaurants. Demolish just we move some of the we're just doing a different outlet.
Is the bar staying? Is the bar there?
It's gonna be just a like a counter. It's not like a bar for the hard liquor. It's just a counter. Like people actually can have their food and their beers on the counter.
I guess I'm just confused because I look at these plans and I see in the proposed scope of demolition, there are 20 seats. It shows the proposed new establishment, which is divided in half. So half is behind a counter, i.e. back of house. And I don't understand how you're fitting in 20 seats and 6 counter seats in this small space.
Well,
I mean, the ground floor is 500 square feet, right? And
okay, so because we removed the table and we designed it as a counter, so each person, they get like a stove, so they can just sitting on the stove and enjoying their food and beer.
Yeah, but
So
you have 10 tables and 20 seats separately. Where are those?
10 tables, there's no 10 table, only 5 tables. What table did you see? Where did you see?
I'm okay, so there's 5 tables and 20 seats. So you've got 5 four tops. Where are the 5 four tops? Where do those go?
It's gonna be like a small table for 1 or 2 persons. We designed it like small, and it's gonna be on the dining area.
Yeah, but you mean it's not for 1 or 2 people, because your questionnaire to us says very clearly there are 5 tables and 20 seats and 6 counter seats for a total of 26 seats.
And I guess what the.
And then it also says there are 2 service bars, so. And if you're serving to customers over the counter, it's not a service bar. If it's table seating, then it would be, but I don't understand why there are 2 in such a small space.
Well, service bar is like behind the counter next to the sink. It's primarily used by the waiter and the wait staff.
No, I understand, but you say that there are 2 on the materials that you've submitted to us.
That was designed to, we're going to need 2 service bars. Not like, so we're not serving the customers, we're just using it to prepare, like one for the takeout and 1 for the dining, in case we need that. Usually we prepare for 2 service bars.
So you need 2 areas to service the alcohol in a 500 square foot restaurant?
No, it's not customer bar, it's the cashier and the wait staff service bar.
Okay, but if it's at the cashier and the cashier is handing it over the counter to the patron, that's a stand-up bar.
Mhm.
The service bar is only where you're servicing to seated patrons. Any exchange of funds, at the point of sale and handing it to the customer, it's a patron bar. So I there's so many questions with this. I'm just not really understanding. It's not clear what's happening here to me. I mean, it's obviously a small space, but the information is inconsistent.
In all due respect, Donna, I have my hand raised.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Smith.
Okay, I think Becky, I think it would be wise for you to go and look at this plan again. First of all, we have spent an enormous amount of time with you. Normally, if there's no bathroom, we just ask the person to, to come back and do those plans. So I think I think you should lay it over and get your architect or whoever, make the plans for the bathroom, because that you're going to need. And then all of these questions about your seating, you're going to have someone who understands, I think, the layout maybe a little better than you, and then come back to us with a real clear plan, because it is obvious that, you're not quite sure yourself. And then it makes it it's confusing for us, and we are unable to make a real decision about it.
Yeah, that's why.
My opinion. I don't know about the group. That's my opinion.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, we can lay it over, and I'm going to sit down with architect and go over the plans. And next time we have a better, clear picture for everyone.
But you're going to need a bathroom, and you heard, you're making a note of all the questions and things we say you're going to need, right? Maybe you guys do you need an attorney at all? You're the consultant, but do you need anything else? Maybe you might think in terms of maybe trying to get yourself maybe an attorney too, or at least someone who understands the legal issues, as it relates to an applicant starting a restaurant.
Sure. Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Let's play it over, and next time we'll be back with a better explanation of what's going on here. All right. Thank you
That would be great.
for your time.
Okay, so what you'll have to do, Becky, is you'll have to send Florence in the office a note saying that you want to lay this over. Okay. And like Dr. Smith said, just make sure these plans, because these make no sense to me, understanding the tables and where they're fitting in the hallway and the bar and the service counters and everything else. So in addition to the bathroom, we need plans that are accurate, and we need a questionnaire that has the correct hours on it, managing everything else, so that what we're seeing is also what you're presenting to the liquor authority.
Okay, got it.
Because we have to have the same, we have to be saying the same thing as what you're presenting to them.
Yeah, I understand. Correct.
Okay.
All right, great. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right,
Look
bye.
forward to seeing you back here.
Good luck.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. And thank you, Mr. Liu, for coming.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The next one is going to be Night Owl Comedy, doing business as Comedy Cellar at 118 West 3rd. If you could raise your hands. Okay, let's see, wait, I have one more, hang on 1 second.
Good evening, everyone.
Okay,
Just want to make sure Noam and Elizabeth are on. I see them.
Norm and Elizabeth are here. There's somebody with their hand up that's Zoom user if they're not part of your group.
I don't believe so. It's just the
Okay,
three of
so
us.
whoever that is, if you could lower your hand, and if you want to speak on this application, I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone.
Loud enough?
Yeah, we can hear you, Noam. My name is Benjamin Corngut. I'm the attorney for Night Owl Comedy LLC. I have with me tonight Noam Dorman and Elizabeth Furiati, who are the two principals of this applicant. This is an application for an on-premises liquor license at 118 West 3rd Street. Just to give you a little background on the two principals, Noam is the owner of the Comedy Cellar, which is around the corner at 117 McDougal Street, and the Village Underground at 130 West 3rd Street, which is right down the block from this location. I'm not sure how familiar the panel is with those locations, but the Comedy Cellar has essentially been running on McDougal Street since the early 1980s, and before that it was more of a cafe that was also in Mr. Dorman's family. This location is essentially going to be a new room of the Comedy Cellar, so it's going to operate under the name Comedy Cellar, and they will have separate comedy performances scheduled there. As I mentioned a little bit, the Comedy Cellar is one of the, if not the best known comedy clubs in the world, especially for its unique, I guess, kind of feel, which Noam could get into a little bit. As I said, his father operated an establishment on McDougal Street since the 60s. First, it was Café Finjan, then it was the Café Wa and the Comedy Cellar. So him and his family are kind of an institution on McDougal Street and in the Village. Noam is very involved in community events in the Village. He was actually a member of this committee, I believe in the late 90s or early 2000s. He was recently awarded an award by the Greenwich Village Preservation Society in 2018. And Noam can tell you a little bit more about his background. For the other principal, Elizabeth Furiati, she has been the manager of the Comedy Cellar for the last 16 years. So obviously she knows the business very well. She's excited. This is going to be the first business where she's an owner. So obviously she's excited to have equity in a business and to be a business owner. And I'll turn it over to Noam and Liz, and just to talk a little bit more about the project and why they're excited about it.
Liz, you want to take it?
Okay.
Bear with her. She's nervous. It's her first time to do such a thing. Go ahead.
I am nervous. I mean, a little bit of background about me. I was born in New York and I grew up overseas, and my father was a diplomat, and I came back here and I went to NYU, and I've lived in this community since 1994. So I really feel like this is my home, and to be able to contribute something to this community artistically and business wise is a real point of pride for me. And I do take it very personally, and I'm excited to, add value back to this community that has really gave me my whole life here in New York City.
Great.
And as you can see in the packet, Elizabeth actually did it herself, but she reached out. We have approximately 34 signatures, 4 in the building. The landlord of the building lives directly upstairs. So they've done a lot of outreach in the community.
And also, sorry to interrupt, there are other, residents that live at 130 West 3rd Street where we are now, as well as 117 McDougal also signed their support for us.
Okay. And go through hours, how you're going to operate this, what you're proposing in this space.
Sure. So on the questionnaire, we have the hours until 4 a.m., 7 days a week. And that is not the expectation. Basically, they're going to be ticketed shows. Liz, so can you tell them, like, on a standard night, what the show times will be?
I think we would operate it in the same manner that we operate the comedy room in the Fat Black Pussycat, and that is perhaps 3 shows during the week, a 7, a 9, and a 10, and then on the weekend,
11,
maybe
7, 9, and 11.
11. Yeah, sorry, 11, and then on the weekends, we do operate the same hours at the Pussycat around that time.
Let me say that we don't like to operate late, and anybody who knows our operation knows almost never are open very late, but from time to time, very important people come in, like a Dave Chappelle or something like that, and it would be suicide for us to have to tell them, sorry, we're closing, you gotta get off stage. So we asked for these maximum hours only as an insurance policy for those times when we would have almost no choice but to violate the rules if we were asked to close earlier. But we have zero intention of operating these rooms any differently than we operate all our other rooms, which means, I can't remember the last time we were open late, but we never scheduled late, that's for sure. We never scheduled late.
So, okay, so basically it's 6 to 2-ish, is that?
Yes.
In the normal course, yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess it's just kind of hard to know, though, how often you have somebody just coming in that you'd be open till 4 a.m.
The only answer I would have for that is that, I guess this is a good thing, as opposed to most of the other applicants. We have an extensive track record that, doesn't require you to take our word for anything. We're going to operate as we operate our rooms. I'd also add that, we're not big sellers of liquor. We have a 2-drink maximum and no drink minimum. And liquor is actually our biggest threat to a good show is people who have been drinking. So, if you were to see the main reason for the low, if we get a low star review online, it's because of people who were not allowed to come in because we suspected that they had already been drinking. So we're not, I would say we are less liquor oriented than the least liquor oriented restaurant. I would say that liquor is not a big part of it's a part of our operation. People order alcohol, but it's not something that we're happy to be selling. Our waitresses don't push liquor. And like I said, we don't even allow a customer to order more than, not 2 drinks, I say 2 drinks, more than 3 drinks.
Right.
Unless a manager specifically approves it.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And so the one thing I would like to know is, what are you going to do about lines? Because I think you have a lot of lines where you are right now.
Yeah.
And
well, Liz, you wanted to take that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think just based on the size of this room, it is a much smaller room. The Village Underground and the Fat Black Pussycat right now have 3 different comedy rooms in it. So you have a lot of people moving in and out constantly. This room is 1 room. It's very small. It's very contained. We're really looking at a staggered seating system, having people come at different times based on what show they're in, where we're going to seat them, their reservation. All in all, this room could be totally sat in and out, loaded in and out in 10 minutes. It's that, we've sort of gotten the efficiency to a room this size up to that.
And I'll let Noam speak to this a little more, but they have, actually hired I guess a coder or a consultant to develop?
I hired a software company because, you know, the lines are not just a burden on the neighborhood, and I'm sure they are. But they're also a burden on our customers, and they're not, and it's a burden on our payroll to you know, because it takes a lot of money in people for a very short period of time to man the line. So for many reasons, I'd like to get those lines gone. I hired a software company to develop a QR code system similar to the way you can board an airline now with they scan your phone, doop, 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 and you write in and they know exactly where to take you. So I don't know what the lag time is on that. It's you know, it's more challenging than you might think. But that is in the works, and I hope that could reduce our lines everywhere. I would say in our own behalf that we attract a pretty good element to the neighborhood. All our customers go to the nice restaurants in the village and support the businesses in the village prior to their shows and afterwards. The people on the street and our security guys, you know, all around Thurs Street and McDougal Street, outside basically all night, every night, are certainly quite a deterrent to crime in our neighborhood. It's not all bad. The counterfactual of empty streets and no security guys on the street is something I'd like you to consider. But having said that, I certainly understand that the lines are a pain in the butt, and you know, I pledge to do everything I can to minimize them. I can't do more than that.
Okay. Dr. Smith, I see you have your hand up, and I'll go
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, Norm, you're asking for 4 o'clock, but you said usually by 2 o'clock, you know, it's more normal about 2, unless someone like Dave Chappelle shows up or someone at that stature. How many times last year did that happen where you were required with someone at Dave Chappelle's stature to keep the place open to 4?
Liz?
Once.
but okay, but last year was a pandemic, you know, somewhat pandemic year. So I would not say 1 is normal, but 5 would be a lot.
Yeah, it would be a lot.
Five would be, I don't know if we ever had 5. Like I said, when we try to stay late, the staff mutinies, they've been there since 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It is not an easy matter for us to stay late. We're not a bar and that is doing late night business. So that's just the truth of the matter. And I don't even know if Dave Chappelle will come to this new room, but I hope he will, you know.
Well, you just voiced him. I just said what you said. Also, do you know what's going to happen? Are they going to reopen the McDonald's on that corner? Do you know?
They are not going to reopen it. The building is for sale.
Got you. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anybody else on the committee have any questions? Carter?
Yeah, I was just going to bring up, I mean, obviously, this is one of the most saturated areas in our community board. And the lines, you know, even though you guys have been there longer than anybody else, are a big part of what the complaints are later in the evenings from a lot of residents. And you know, particularly on West 3rd, a number of years ago, there were a lot of complaints, you know, and that area is probably going to be developed. And, you know, these lines that are out there are really long. And this is going to perpetuate that problem. And with the advent of the outdoor dining, the changes, it's almost become too much in this area because it's almost impassable. And the impacts of this, without addressing what you've raised, you know, at the outside, it's very difficult to understand the public interest, because those are in fact what it weighs as far as on the outside of noise levels, pedestrian traffic, blockage of the outdoor. And so finding solutions to that, not just for this establishment, but in order for this to fit, it almost needs to be mitigated in the other areas to some extent, because it's not really sustainable. you know, and I'm just reminded from, and I did not, I was not on McDougal Street last night during the Halloween parade, but the sheds that are all along there, which you guys have one, the metal barricades, it's crazy. And I lived on McDougal Street for a couple of years. So I, you know, just down the road from you guys. So I know what it once was, and I don't live there now, but I can only imagine it's worse. So the mitigation of some of that stuff is really significant in order to find, you know, that there's not an impact from another late night business. And because, as you guys know, you guys are very successful and you've been there a long time, but those lines really create a lot of issues earlier in the evening when they're there, and a little later on the weekends in particular. And so how do you guys plan on sort of addressing that? And you're in a unique situation. I don't think that we would even consider this license unless you had the reputation that you having been here. And so I ask that just as we're moving forward, you know, how do we address some of those issues?
Well, let me say, you know, you maybe you didn't mean this for some as something, maybe you said it offhand, but you said that there were complaints a number of years ago on Thurs Street, and that's because I believe a number of years ago on Thurs Street, we didn't do comedy. We had a nightclub in the basement and a bar upstairs, and we would have a line there all night. It wasn't a discrete line for a particular show. It would be a line that went from, I don't know, 10 p.m., sometimes till 4 a.m. The lines we have now can be longer if our shows don't turn over on time as they're supposed to from time to time, but they're there for a much shorter time. Everybody that's waiting online, they show up at the time or a little bit before the show is scheduled, and then the show is seated. So it's not a line that's there for very long, each line. And then we also have a lot of overflow of people waiting to get in, hoping that there'll be empty seats after the line is seated. And in a certain way, you might think this is too clever by half, but it's actually the truth. The additional room will give us a way of getting people off the streets, because part of the reason we have such a crowd is because we have so many people who want to get in and we're overflowing. Having said that, I want to just mention, and I appreciate what you said, that you wouldn't be considering if it was anybody else. We really are good neighbors. Nobody who lives in any of the buildings that are really impacted by these lines, I think, has anything negative to say about us. We've given $35,000 over the last few years to the Minetta Street Block Association, including, I think, one was $17,000 that I gave to help build the playground there. And as far as I understand it, basically not a single other business owner anywhere near me gave maybe anything. I devoted my time on the community board. I was chairman of BAMRA for a number of years. I lived there most of my life. And, you know, that's all I can say on my own behalf. That's really, that's it. My cell phone number is on our website. Should anybody need, any customer needs to get in touch with me, any community person needs to get in touch with me, I literally have my home phone number on my home cell number, you know, on our website. I am as proactive about being a responsible business owner as I think anybody could possibly be. And that's all I can do. But you know, I'll do everything I can to get those lines smaller and not to be a bother to anybody.
And I would also just add to your point about the street sheds, we're not asking for any outdoor seating here. So there's not going to be any sidewalk cafe, outdoor seating, nothing. And there's nothing at 1:30 either. And some of the businesses, I mean, Noam can speak to this, that have turned over on West 3rd Street, they haven't necessarily been, I mean, there's kind of this sense that if a bar or a restaurant is coming into a space, that's bad and the other businesses might be good. But some of the businesses that have come in there have not necessarily, the non-hospitality businesses have not really been good for that block. I know, 7-Eleven is not great. The McDonald's, I happen to live in a neighborhood and there were a lot of problems at that McDonald's. So some of the, which obviously doesn't have a liquor license, but is not necessarily something that you want turning over in your neighborhood. And in this case, you have, a well-established business has a proven track record, has competent management, has contributed to the community. You kind of have almost an ideal potential tenant going in there.
And I'll tell you this, I don't know if it would ever come to this, but if and when there's a movement to get rid of those sheds, I will not be someone who lines up to oppose you. I certainly do understand why these sheds are not beloved. And although we make some extra money from the shed, it's not much. But so, if that should ever come to pass, I will not be fighting you on the sheds.
I just raised the question of the lines, and you're right. You did change the style of the way you're operating the spaces, and the lines aren't late at night. But I was just going to the hardware store, and your line was extending, and it hadn't started moving all the way past the front of the garage, all the way down.
Well, the garage is next door to us, but yeah, no, there are.
No, but I mean, but that's, but the what I bring up is that you've been able to figure out your lines in other places because of the existing conditions. But that is slated to be redeveloped at some point, most likely for some type of housing, and so the people will be there. And if you've got a line here, for example, that line most likely, where's it going to run, right? It's probably going to run towards the garage direction.
Honestly, yeah, sorry.
But I just, it's the room for that in the lineup. It's not necessarily the inside operation.
Yeah.
It's just the constant present. Most places don't have a presence on the street in that regard. And I'm not disagreeing that you've been good operator on that. That's not the issue. The issue is, since you've opened up those establishments, the nature of change has been pretty significant. And there've been a lot of changes, let's be real, right? Places, it's cheaper to have loud music systems. It's cheaper to do a lot of stuff. So everybody's doing things, and it's a little bit more out on the street, and maybe not late at night, but the lines are what is not helpful if you're running in front of another business, per se, and blocking things. And I anticipate that that's going to be the case at some point. And I think they were moving along with that garage, and then it stopped at, a couple of years ago. But in the McDonald's, same thing, right? And so I'm not sure how to figure it all out. And I appreciate hearing about a system of moving that along better, but it's sort of not, it doesn't mix at the moment, right? Because those lines are part of the experience. And so I don't know, I guess I just bring it up because it's a lot of people 3 times a night outside for 15-20 minutes.
So you're referring more to our existing operation than what would be the new one.
The new one, you have 75 seats, right?
Yeah.
3 times a night outside. I mean, that's 75 people's a lot of people.
Well, the first one is never outside because the first one is able to walk right in. But the second two, if we can, hopefully there won't be lines because we can stagger it. From time to time, you do see that line, as you saw the other night, all the way down the street. And that usually happens because for some reason, some comedian didn't get off stage and we have fallen behind. That is not normal. And believe me, when I walk around the corner and I see the line going all the way down past the garage, the first thing I'm doing is calling up Liz and yelling at, like, what the hell is going? Like, it's not something like, I'm like, oh, terrific, there's a line around. I see that as a 5-alarm fire, but look, I'm guilty as charged. I'm not going to pretend it doesn't happen, and I'm not going to guarantee you that it will never happen. I can only guarantee you that I'm very serious about it, and we try to keep it to an absolute minimum. Hopefully the new system, a software system, because part of the reason it takes long is because we have to look up their names and they went to the wrong room and blah, blah, blah. So if they could just show their phone and we go, doo, that could speed it up
exponentially,
quite a bit. And having said that, again, I don't know who was there long enough to remember what it was like on 3rd Street before I moved my operation into there. It was a pretty sketchy, dangerous street. And I do want to appeal to that counterfactual as there are trade-offs. I don't know where the sweet spot is. I will appreciate this license, and I will not pretend that it doesn't come at some inconvenience to the neighborhood. That would be ridiculous for me to say. I would only say that it would be probably something amiss if someone who has been as devoted to this neighborhood as I have, not just in terms of my operations, but actually, heavy contributions, and not in lieu of opening a place someday. I never in a million years thought we'd be opening another place. I never in a million years thought I'd have this kind of success. It wasn't that long ago when we had empty rooms and we were trying to figure out ways to get anybody to come in. And truthfully, I don't expect the business to last this way forever, but it's very healthy now. And that's the way we've always been and will always continue to be. That's kind of our love affair with the neighborhood, for better or for worse. I can't say more on my own behalf than that.
Yeah, and I just, for everybody else benefit, I mean, there's you are part of what's left of the history here. I mean, I'm not disputing that, and I think everybody needs to understand that. And certainly, and before my time, but certainly looking through the history of all the small spaces and their turnover, the change has been that there's more of an impact, right, from a lot of the businesses as they've opened and changed away. Louder music, bars, open doors, all that stuff has changed a lot. And I think that between you and Café Wa, I mean, it's pretty impressive the way it's done every night on a rolling basis over and over and over. It's just the filling up of the outside space that is a challenge, because it becomes what people see. Oh, people are always outside, and then you have the spillover from the other places. I'm not saying you set a bad example at all. I'm just saying it's
go to Dr. Smith. Let me just go to.
Thank you.
creates-
And also what you're doing now, though, I mean, you have across the street, you have the Blue Note, and they have long lines too, but you're coming to ask for, there are going to be people who would normally not come to your line or that come to your place, but now with Liz's place, that's going to add people to the line. Yes or no?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm hoping that we will be able to get our standby in, meaning the people who mill around outside
Right.
for our other shows, hoping to get a seat. That overflow can be accommodated by this room. So it will be a relief valve. And at the same time, there will be people who made a reservation, particularly for that room. I honestly, I don't think you're going to notice any significant difference on that street when this place opens. I really don't.
Can I just ask, what's the capacity at 1:30, like between all the rooms?
Oh, it's quite large. It's more than 300, 350. Yeah.
Right. So you're talking, this place is really a quarter of that, right, in terms of occupancy?
Less than a quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, less
You
than a
got
quarter.
all those people coming out at the same time from those shows. I don't even,
They don't come out at the same time.
I use the subway, but it gets so now between your spot and the Blue Note with the lines, you can't really walk 3rd Street on the sidewalks. But, I guess that's the way the village is. It's getting to be that way. So unfortunately, sorry.
That's okay. I understand it from your point of view.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Does anybody else from the committee have anything right now?
I just ask, I mean, is it possible that the lines are not, that's the problem, right? And I understand you're trying to address it, but it's like, that's the holdup here really on the impact is on the outside. It's the significant impact.
We will address it. You have my word. We will address it. We will figure out, certainly figure out a way to make it no worse than it is now. But my goal here, and again, you don't have to take my word for it, but Liz will tell you this project of getting the lines off the street began not long
Years
before,
ago.
but yeah, I don't know, 6 months ago, this space, this Miyabi space came up just recently. I was eating lunch there and Tom says, "Are you looking for another room?" And I said, "Well, maybe I actually am, but I had been looking at, I guess is appropriate to say, I had been looking at buying the commercial condo where the zinc bar is. That's what I had been looking for that. And I had been in pretty deep negotiation with him and with Alex. And then, but this came up and I stopped that negotiation. I said, well, this is better for me. So that's why I'm doing this. But we were already in the process of trying to figure out how to get these lines smaller and off the streets. And we'll definitely improve it. I'm not going to sit here and promise there'll never be a line, but I'm no question, once we get this software system implemented, they'll be quicker and shorter.
I guess the last question that I have is regarding the occupancy. I'm not sure where that high number comes from. It doesn't seem to match. That's on the C of O, so the current ratios. I think Brian, who's an architect, might know better, but that number versus 1,500 square feet seems a little high when you include some of the back of house stuff and other things. So what do you anticipate being your occupancy?
To be perfectly frank, I took it to 2 different expediters and asked them to tell me what my seating could be. I have no expertise in that beyond that. I expect the occupancy to be what the expediters tell me it will fit.
Which is what? I don't know.
They don't know for sure, but it's somewhere around 80 seats, right, Liz?
Yes.
Okay, well, no, that's different. That's different than the 1960s certificate of occupancy, which has 148.
Oh no, we're not gonna get 100.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. That document, and I noticed it was changed and doubled in the span of 2 years in the 60s. So I don't know where that came from. And the reason I asked that is because obviously when we discuss later in our business session, the occupancy number is also important, and just sort of understanding
to be honest,
number. And so we have a better or clearer answer of that.
So let me be perfectly upfront about it. If I could, if there were a way for me to get 100 seats in there, that's what I would want, because it's not, I wouldn't say it's not viable at 80 seats, but it's much more viable at 100 seats, because we may not be filled up every night, which is another thing I should have mentioned. It's not like we have enough business to sell out all the shows on every weeknight. This is more on the weekend. So the extra seats on the weekend will be very helpful. To my frustration, I haven't been able to get a firm answer, because I've gone back and forth with expediters, and sometimes they plot it out, but they don't understand that the place has to have a good experience, that the sight lines have to be good, that people can't be crammed like sardines. There's all kinds of back and forth. We're on our 6th or 7th or 8th drawing back and forth. But I don't, and like I said, I don't know actually what the occupancy will be or what will be allowed, but my target for a viable business would be 100. But as you rightly point out, it's hard to see how that would be able to do that. We do need back of house. We are going to have food. We are going to have a service bar. We have to have a handicap bathrooms. So however that can all be fit in cleverly, that's what we would do.
And I guess my last question, and this is sort of the viability, and you kind of touched on this before, you have to fill a lot of seats, a lot of butts in seats every night, and a lot of performances right across the 3 different spaces with different types of comedy. Is it come back enough that it's sustainable to do that? I mean,
our business came back basically 100% on the first week we were allowed to open. What was that, May of last year, whenever. So yes, and interestingly, that was even before tourists were back in the city, and we never quite knew for sure what percentage of our business depended on tourists. So we were very happy to know that we were actually fully sustainable on locals.
So there is it's sustainable. I mean, and I ask that because it's, places, once you start having multiple venues, you need a very wide audience, right? To seat all the people every night
Yeah,
coming.
I mean, you know, we have extensive data on how many people we turn away every night and things like that. And we're putting, this is not a small investment, actually. I thought it would be smaller, but it's not a small investment to turn this into a comedy club. So I can tell you that we approach this responsibly, and we believe it's viable. I'll tell you also that if you look at my history and my family's history since 1960, knock on wood, we haven't had any flops. So maybe we're due for our comeuppance.
I hope not, but thank you. That's the right.
So I just want to clarify the occupancy. So it's not the 68. I see a 68 on the questionnaire. That's most likely not accurate.
I don't know. I didn't do the question. Liz did the question.
It's, yeah, dependent on, again, there have been different expediters looking at this, so we're.
Okay, so it's what you're hoping to get 100. You probably won't get 100. You're looking at 80.
That's the most reliable, expediter that we know, who is Steve from an RIP. I don't know if you know RIP, they're like the expediters down. He looked at it and said, I don't see more than 80.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Okay.
But I don't, that is the truth, but I don't know that he's right. We'll see.
Okay, very good. Let me go to the public who have patiently been waiting. So anyone from the public that wants to speak on this, raise your hand. I have Zoom user. I'm going to promote you to a panelist. If there's anyone else here who wants to speak on this, please raise your hand. Okay, you should be able to, I think, unmute yourself and turn on your video. Zoom user? I don't know your name, so I'll need that too. If you could unmute yourself. There we go. You're still muted.
No.
Now you are. You're good.
Hi.
Hi, could you just give me your name so I have that?
Okay. My name is Patty Dulak. I live in this neighborhood from 1985. I have business here in Minetta Lane. I know Noam and his father for a long time. They couldn't come better than him. He have a line on Minetta Lane, but I feel much safer to walk on Minetta Lane with his line because he has security guard and very quiet. We don't hear any noise. He's very organized. He hears anything we say, and then his word means something. He say what he say and he do it. I really think is adding another place is best for all of us in neighborhood. People invest there, they're going to be much more comfortable with him and his bodyguard, and people they're watching there, and his clients are very, very, very nice. I really suggest that he should have that location. He is very honorable. He listened to us. Every night he cleaning after his people. No noise. It's a long line on our street, not too far from my home, but I don't hear anything. I really think Noam, grown up in village, he's like, we call him son of village. He cares. He's very good member. When we want to make tree guard, he help always to better our neighborhood.
Good, thank you. Dr.
You're
Smith,
welcome.
Thank
do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question for her. I just couldn't catch her name. Where do you live?
I live, live in 24 Minetta Lane, and my son, we have houses in Minetta Street. They live in 12 and 14 Minetta Street. we are from 1985 in this area. I had a restaurant here, and a lot about community, about our neighborhood. And no, he is excellent. His line, no noise.
Well, there's noise on the line on Third. And what's your restaurant, Patty?
I had a restaurant for 16 years, La Boheme.
Oh,
next
okay.
to Minnesota Theater. Now
I know it.
I'm retired and I rented to the Toscano, but I'm very involved with our community, and really, I don't go out late at night, but if I have to go, I feel much more comfortable. His people in our street, and they're very quiet, very organized.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's it. Thanks for coming out.
Okay,
you.
good night to all of you. Thank you.
So is there anybody, does the committee have anybody else from the committee have anything? I don't see anything. So just your roadbed shed that you're willing to get rid of, are you willing to get rid of it now?
I don't want to get rid of it unilaterally because it puts me at a disadvantage. But the truth is, if you walk by there, we don't do very much business in our shed.
Yeah.
I don't know. I from time to time when the weather is nice, we get a large party out there who likes to sit out there, whatever it is. But it is not an important revenue center for the Olive Tree Cafe. That's for sure.
Got it. Okay, tried. All right. So thank you for coming down. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot. Have a good night.
I can
Thank
sign
you.
off? Okay, thank you.
Night.
Thanks. Okay. Ooh, I hope I didn't just, Brian's still here. Okay, good. Okay. The next application is going to be Montre Jorn. I'm sorry if I'm saying this all wrong. LLC, FP Jorn, 53 Mercer Street. If you could raise your hands, and I should have left you there. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, and he should be able to turn on his video as well.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we hear you.
Hi.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Benjamin Korngut. I'm the lawyer for Montre Jorn, New York, LLC. I have with me tonight Pierre Halloumi, who is an owner of this business. This is an application for a bottle club license at 53 Mercer Street. And I'm not sure if you guys have questions about what exactly a bottle club is, but we can get into that later. Pierre is the owner of the business. FP Jorn is, excuse me, is a maker of high-end timepieces. They have multiple locations throughout the world. Mr. Jorn, who is the actual watchmaker and Pierre's partner, is one of the most highly regarded watchmakers in the world. The intention for this space is really to be a showroom and a gathering space for collectors of watches to come and discuss new models coming out, just general, watch discussions and technology, and come together, really share their passion for timepieces. It is going to be kind of what's called a Maison. So it's going to be 2 floors where people can gather. The first floor is going to be more of a showroom. Pierre can walk you through exactly what's going to happen on the different spaces. The intention is that it's kind of small, a small gathering place for collectors. Obviously, the watches are quite expensive, so it's not the intention to like cram people in there and have a lot of a high volume coming in and out. It's going to be a very small audience. Sorry about that.
Okay, so yeah, are you
Sorry, my phone.
So go, you can go ahead and,
No, that's probably Noam from the last hearing. Pierre, do you want to talk a little bit more just about like the specific events and the types of locations that the types of events that you're going to have in this space?
I'll be happy to. Can you all hear me?
yes.
Okay, thank you. So we represent, and I'm a partner and friend of Mr. François Paul Journe, arguably the best watchmaker alive. Very small production. We're talking about less than 1,000 pieces a year worldwide. So we cater for extremely high-end watch collector. So in that sense, we need to be able to host them in a proper way, meaning boost them, that's one thing, but also entertain them in many different ways, whether it is through events. I do believe my theory is about the 3 X's in retail: experience, expertise, and excellence. So we need to be able to showcase what we are about to do, and also create what we call the journe for FP Journe, the community.
And just if you're not familiar with what a bottle club license is, there just aren't that many of them in the city. But basically, they won't be selling any alcohol. It's going to all be provided prior, though. They'll have spirits and wine for customers to drink at these gatherings. People will also be able to bring their own high-end bottles of spirits or wine and have lockers, similar to how it may work at a cigar, some cigar bars. They have lockers where individuals can store their own alcohol. So none of it is going to be sold. And obviously drinking alcohol is not, a central part of their business. It's more of an amenity that they want to offer to their customers if they happen to be hosting a dinner or some other type of event.
And to add on Benjamin's comments, fortunately or unfortunately, the people that we deal with, because of the high ticket item, we average about $80,000 an item. We're dealing with very few people, so it's not a quantity situation; it's a quality situation.
Okay, so the first floor, the cellar, are there any patrons in the cellar, or is that just back of house?
No, the cellar is like a storage. Forget about the cellar. Nothing's happening in the cellar.
Okay, and then the first floor is more of a showroom.
Right.
Right, and then the second floor is more of a meeting, and I don't know what you would call it, a meeting space, a gathering space.
So the idea is like, if you don't know there's a second floor, basically you're not invited. We're trying to be like very French, arrogant, snobism. Like, I'm sorry to say, but I am French. But the idea is like, we have a second floor for the people that collect already our watches. Therefore, a very limited amount of people, super qualified. Whether they come from India or New York City or Miami or wherever they come from, they're supposed to be super qualified. So the second floor is basically limited to these people. So I would not even belong in the second floor.
So it might
because
be
of the high ticket item.
Right. It might be like a dinner for 5, of their very special clients. There's a kitchen up there. They might hire a chef to prepare a dinner or something like that. That's just an example of the type of thing, but it's kind of like, it sounds like it's going to have limited, certainly limited occupants up there, even more so than the first floor.
And the hours are what I would call regular retail hours, from 10 to 7.
Yeah, they are. Excuse, you could go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead with the private.
So they're 10 to
how
7.
many, when is it going to be? How's that going to work?
So it's going to be 10 to 7, but then when they do have these private events, so 11 o'clock is kind of the drop dead cutoff time when everyone has to be out. But they may have these events, these dinners with a small number of patrons that go past 7 when the storefront itself shuts it down. But those are going to be kind of, Pierre, I don't know how many would you estimate it a year? How many times? Like once or twice a week for that?
No, I think it's once a week. It's once a week where we have something a little bit special. It could be 5 collectors, could be 10. To be more than that, then it gets into a different category for us, which is like a major event. But major events where we have more than 20 people is going to be maybe 5-6 times a year. We're not geared to quantity. We're geared to quality, and quantity is not what we're looking for.
Okay.
You know, I have a very super high-end billionaire collectors. They do not want to have, like, you know, a throng of people. We are going to have this for the grand opening. Maybe we have 100 people or whatever. I mean, but that's once a year. We're going to have once a year a big party for people to be welcome. The rest is going to be more intimate than anything.
And just, you know, I just want to clarify, big party is a relative term. You know, it's still going to be subject to the limitation. So it's a big party might be, you know, like you said, 75 or 100 people. It's not going to be.
That's once a year.
Right.
It's a big one.
Okay, so there's no outdoor space.
No.
No.
So when you have a party, would there be DJs, live
No.
music, any of that? It
No.
would, so it's background music all the time?
That's correct.
The group of collectors we're dealing with, unfortunately or fortunately, they're not that young. I'm very representative of exactly the kind of like people that you're going to deal with. So like close to 60, you know, 10 o'clock is a long time. I've been waiting for this meeting for at 9:30, and I'm already tired.
Basketball time. Okay.
So just imagine, but it's about the same. Once in a while, you're going to have like something at 10, 10:30, 11. I would love that. That would be like fantastic for us to have that staying.
Okay, Dr. Smith, I'm going to go to you before I keep going. So go ahead.
Well, it's interesting, Pierre. I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Are you selling? You're doing this to sell the watches, and what's the brand name of the watches?
So the brand name is called FP, like as in Francis and Paul Journe, arguably the best watchmaker alive. And trust me, I've known him for 35 years. I know what I'm talking about, and I'm not trying to sell you a watch because we all sold out. The idea is
you're not going to sell me a watch. I'm not interested, but I have my which is to take the lead.
Don't
but
try
anyway,
me because I'm a very good
okay.
person.
Yeah, I'm just trying
try
to
me.
find out. May I just finish, please? I'm just trying to find out what you're doing because first of all, you're in a space that hasn't been licensed before. That's the first thing. Okay.
So
may I just finish, please?
Yeah.
And so then you're bringing to the neighborhood. You've already said very high-end billionaire people. So what are you trying to do? Are you trying to sell them another type of watch, a different? I'm not sure if I have an idea what you're trying to do. I'm just not clear on it.
Well, you have something interesting when you said, I'm trying to sell to billionaires. I'm not trying to sell to billionaires. I'm trying to sell to people that are passionate about watchmaking and the history of watchmaking.
Yeah, but you mentioned billionaires, not me.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I'm just quoting what you said.
Exactly. Among those, you have billionaires, and you have people that do not have a lot of money, but are passionate about watchmaking. Watchmaking is a very old trade, one of the oldest trade in the world in terms of craftsmanship. It's an important trade for Europe. You know, in America lost their ways with Hamilton back in the 60s. We're still trying to revive the American watchmaking. Right now it's European. I'm sorry to say, but right now it's European. Doesn't mean it's got to be for the rest of our lives, but that's what it is right now.
What is the community interest for this particular venture that you're trying to do?
Well, it's a very good question. The community interest is in terms of people collecting watches or craftsmanship. Without watches, you have nothing much. Watches are about timekeeping. Without time, there's nothing. You can talk about for the rest of your life. There's nothing without time. So how do we organize time in our lifetime? Through watchmakers, through clockmakers, back from the 1600s on, or if you go to the Chinese, to the water clock makers. But this is an important thing in our lives. I'm very passionate about this. I wrote many articles about watchmaking. It is an extremely important thing. Not so much today, because obviously with the iPhone that we have, we can tell time. But in the history of watchmaking, I can relate to so many things about time that that we would take a little bit longer time tonight to talk about. But I'd be more than happy to talk about this. We are very, very, very passionate.
Yeah, I hear your passion. Why this neighborhood? Why this neighborhood? Why not some other neighborhood?
Oh, good question.
Have you done a survey of people?
Absolutely. We were on Madison and the best block possible between Chanel and Hermes. Beautiful place. We opened in 2009. The problem we have in Madison, two things. Madison used to be, and when I was a kid and my parents took me to Madison, you could find a one-of-a-kind store, usually an antique store. There was usually the antique corridor of Manhattan. Today, you open Madison, and I know my business pretty well. It's a magazine. You have Prada, Chanel, you name it, you have it. You open the magazine, you have Madison. In Soho, you have something a little bit different. You have one-of-a-kind stores. Things that you can't find on Madison, you can't find in Manhattan, you can't find in all the malls around. You have things that are unique. They're good or they're not good, that's your decision. They are unique, and that is important. So we're trying to be on the unique part. Second part of why we decided to move from Madison to Soho, because Soho can offer what we call a maison. Maison means in French home. So I'm welcoming you to my home. If I welcome you to my home, means I can have a bar, or I can have offer you a drink, offer you coffee, offer you whatever, even dinner if I can fathom the idea. The idea is a home. You need space for this. On Madison, we were on 800 square feet plus basement. It doesn't work. Doesn't work for us. We are on the foremost end of watchmaking, on the history of watchmaking, for the people that love the history of watchmaking, which very few, but those are very passionate, like me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone
I'm sorry
else
to have been
have an
so adamant about my passion. But
Anybody
I can
else
go on
have
forever.
any questions? I don't see any. I'm going to go to the public. Okay. Laura Tenenbaum, Pete, I'm just going to allow you to talk. Laura, do you want to go? There you go.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
I have a couple of questions. I'm a little bit confused about the location, and whether this may be a little premature, because I gather that the applicant is asking for a temporary license, but a bottle club is subject, as I understand, to the 500-foot rule. Am I?
Yes, that's correct, but there are not 3 or more places within 500 feet of this location.
Oh,
And
according to Lamp, there sure is.
Yeah, well, we did a survey. We paid Landis, who does it for many applications. And there are not, one of the places on Lamps is the Wing, which is closed.
That's closed, yes,
Yeah,
but,
so,
but Bloomingdale's is within the
yeah, and
500
it's,
too.
and they measured it, it's not.
Mm,
Do you have the actual measurement?
Yeah, I think,
Because when you use the lamp system or Google Maps, which
No,
are
we-
fairly
we-
accurate, it comes to less than 500 feet.
we paid a surveyor to actually go out and measure.
But what is the measurement? They only provided you with the ones
It's
left.
not within the 500 feet. I could find out what the actual measurement is, but. And just to add to that, they actually, I mean, they still would be eligible for a temporary retail permit. They would just have to wait till the 500-foot rule hearing is held, so.
Yeah, the other question is about the certificate of occupancy.
Well, they're doing a full gut renovation of the building, so that's pending.
I looked at the buildings department website, and the last application I see was made in June of this year, and it's for a Schedule A occupancy use change. It says that the current occupancy for this ground floor is joint live work quarters for artists. For the second floor, it's joint live work quarters for artists. And it says that what it's asking for is on the first floor, a retail store. And on the second floor, joint live work quarters for artists. Now that can be a Maison for artists. And I suppose it could be argued that clockmaking is definitely an art. But I'm not sure whether that's what the concept of the law is here. And I just wonder where we are on that.
Should I answer? Thank you for the compliment about the artist part of this. The rest is thank you, but the rest is administrative. I don't know. Benjamin, you've got to help me on this because I have no idea exactly what it is.
I have not been involved in the filings with the DOB, but all I can say is there are, I believe, 2 architects and an expediter working on this project.
Yeah.
And obviously they're spending a great deal of money building this out. The store is going to be beautiful. The intention is obviously that everything is done in compliance with the law.
Yeah, it looks like the name of the architect who signed off on this is Jordan Paul, can't quite read it, Bogove. Something like that. I don't know if that's one of the people that you were talking about, but to me, it sounds as if there's something that needs to be fixed before you're going to the building, the SLA. As to the hours, the application said 7, and I think a lot of people felt, that's not going to be an issue. But when you're starting to go into 11 o'clock and to start hearing that it can be up to 29 people, or maybe more if they're standing, I have a question about how people are going to be traveling there. It's a narrow street, and there's a problem about traffic, and certainly there's an issue if you're going to be having private cars dropping people off. And from the sound of your clientele, that's probably going to be it. I doubt if they will be traveling by public transportation. And I just wanted to get an idea of what you're planning to do, if anything, about handling traffic outside.
Most of our clientele, they have their drivers or they have Uber. These people do not, have their own cars in New York.
Yeah.
Trust me on this.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. So I'm not forcing any issues in that regard. There could be other ones, but not that one. You mentioned something before, another concern of yours.
It is about the nighttime traffic, particularly because once you have, as people on this committee know, once one has a car dropping off And maybe if they have drivers, the drivers then trying to find a place to stop and stay and wait. You can get honking, traffic tie-ups, other problems, even with a couple of cars.
I understand, but I understand exactly your point, but you're looking at the person that's going to come and collect. I'm about to be 60 years old. This is basically, I'm the target. I'm that person. So going back at 11 p.m. or I mean, right now, after I hang up with you, I'm going to go to bed. This
The
is it.
expectation, I think Pierre has no problem advising people coming that they're, if they have cars that are waiting for them, that they can't, obviously they can't double park, they can't idle, they need to either drive it. No one's going to be waiting outside double parking.
Our collectors are extremely well behaved. I mean, they are passionate about this.
Okay,
If we tell them,
we're
it's
good.
okay.
This is, Laura,
That's enough.
tell me, do you have?
I have one other question. My understanding of bottle clubs is that the patron brings their own drinks or their own liquor, and it can be stored there on site. But am getting the impression that perhaps you're also going to have catered events with liquor brought in with a temporary liquor license?
No,
or not?
so the bottle club permits both patrons to
they?
bring it and the store to provide it. They are not allowed to sell it, which obviously they won't be doing. So the employees of FB's Journée will be in charge of either dispensing it. They may bring in a private chef for certain events, but they will not be hiring a company that will be serving alcohol. In other words, they will be in charge of distributing and serving alcohol.
Okay, so to the committee, after listening to this, I don't really have that much of an issue with Montre Journée. I do hope that there aren't bad issues about the traffic outside. That's my only real concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Rest assured, thank you so much for your support, but rest assured we don't have traffic issues.
Yes.
Susan, I just want to make sure that, Susan, did you have a question for Laura? Okay, go ahead.
My question was not for Laura.
Okay, then we'll come back to you and Lois after we go through.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pete, go ahead, Pete. Oh, maybe I did there. Okay, now you should be able to talk.
There you go. Thank you.
Sorry, I thought
Hello, Pierre and Benjamin.
Hello.
Hello.
I have a question about the hours. The application says 7, that made everybody think, but then we're hearing about special events that the frequency sounds like it might be fairly regular, even though the day of the week may not be regular. But if your license says 7 p.m., I'm not sure how that comports with various special events here and there. I understand an annual special event is something more specific. So I'm just confused by that. So I just want to put that out there.
I guess if we're talking, we've talked about the specific events. If we're talking about like specific stipulations that would be agreed to, I guess, and maybe this should have been kind of reversed on the questionnaire where I put till 7 and then I said there will be events. Maybe it should say to 11, 7 days a week, with the understanding that it's going to be one-off events, because we wouldn't want to agree to stipulations closing at 7 p.m. when we know that's not going to happen on a fairly regular occurrence once a week or so.
Okay, and I know there's a residential unit up above. Have you spoken with, or at least according to the C of O and other information I've seen, it says residential unit up above?
It's no longer, it's going to be an office.
Okay.
So it's not.
So have you spoken with folks who live in the immediate vicinity?
Yeah, so we submitted.
I just want to say one thing, Pete, get all your questions out and then you can.
That's
answer.
it.
Okay,
Done.
go ahead.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So we did do outreach. We submitted petition signatures. There aren't that many residences on the block, so there weren't that many, that many actual apartments. The building to the south is purely retail, and then the building to the north is condos. But we kind of had a hard time getting in the building. It's kind of a higher end building, so we were only able to do outreach like basically on the street, because people were either not home or hesitant to answer the door. But we did attempt to do outreach, and there are signatures from some of the surrounding buildings.
Great. Okay, thanks. Pete, I guess that does it. Okay, Susan, go right ahead.
Hi, thank you. This just goes back to what we were discussing a little bit earlier about the temporary liquor license, and we were talking about the 500-foot law. But when I read further about it, it said only that this is only eligible if the space was previously licensed in the past 2 years and the prior license wasn't canceled or revoked. So, I mean, I'm not clear how you think you're going to get the temporary license.
Because it's not subject to the 500-foot rule.
Oh, I see. That's where we disagree because of your
Yeah.
consultants,
Yes.
your important consultants. Okay, thanks. We'll discuss that later.
Lois?
I was just curious, you mentioned about cigars. Will you be having smoking inside your premises?
Is there smoking?
I'd be happy to answer this. So we have a very dedicated place behind everything that you can imagine, meaning if you don't know where it is, basically you're not invited, and I wouldn't be. With a private sign, if you want to smoke a cigar, and we have a special extraction thing that has been accepted by the New York State to extract the fumes out. So yes, you can have a cigar if we know you. So it has to do with a private club.
Is that it, Lois?
Yes, I'm not sure about the correctness of his answer, but he gave me an answer.
Okay. Carter, go ahead.
But this isn't a private club, correct?
Well, in a sense, it is. Some parts are private. We're going to have a sign like we have in Miami, like we have in Los Angeles, where it says private.
Well, that's that's a different liquor license application.
That I don't know, because I'm not in the law. I have no idea. But I'm not talking about booze. I'm talking about access to special areas of the store. If you do not know there's a second floor, basically you're not invited. This is our French arrogance. I apologize for this, but this is what it is. It is snobism.
Okay, but
there's a limit to what you can access.
But I don't think you can exclude. This has to be open to the public.
It is open.
It doesn't have to be.
Okay, well, then this sounds like you can't get a liquor license here.
It is open to the public.
But that's Mr. Corngott. I'm sorry, your client just said it's not, and he was very explicit.
No,
Well, it's not open to the public in the same way.
Certain areas of the place.
It's open to the public in the same way that a restaurant that requires a reservation is. They're not going to, like, the door's not just open. They have extremely high-end timepieces in there. They're not just going to let anyone off the street walk in. But
so how do you decide who you're going to let in?
If the collectors or not.
There's a relationship with people. There is no member list. There is no list, if that's what you're referring to being a member club. It's not a member club.
We were just told it was. I mean, this has to be regularly open to the public. That's the.
No, I didn't say that. I said certain parts of the location will be reserved for people that we know.
Okay, that sounds a little exclusionary on a license. And
I'm not talking
also
about
when,
booze. I'm not talking about alcohol. I'm not saying you're gonna have alcohol in this place or not in this place. I'm
well,
saying some parts are reserved for our collectors. You know, whether it's just to sit down and have a glass of water or booze. I'm not. Has nothing to do with alcohol.
so those aren't part of the licensed premise, which you know, I from what I
The
see,
first and the second floor are part of the licensed premise.
okay, and then secondly, I'm not understanding your process of how you're going to obtain the proper permits to have a retail store at this location, because I see no filings for it. These are both, the entire building is currently residential.
It is
There
not.
was
Residentially zoned as use group 17D.
Well, I mean, if you are correct, we're going to have a major lawsuit with our landlord because it is not supposed to be. It was a retail store for Steve Madden for the past 5 years. It was according to this. Now, if this is an issue of law regarding the usage of the space, it's a whole different matter that has nothing to do with the liquor license. And I'll be happy to talk to you and my lawyer and my landlord tomorrow morning.
There was an Alt 1 filed. I don't know if you could see that. We listed the.
I see that there's an Alt 1 file, but not for the second floor and not for the third floor.
The third floor, we don't even rent.
Okay, so the second floor though is not, there's no change. The second floor, the Alt 1 is unchanged.
So,
no,
what are the implications? What you're saying?
I think
you
the
know the law much better than I do. I'm French and I live in Miami, so
I'm
it's
looking at,
complicated.
Mr. Corner, I'm just saying, I'm looking at the.
We will follow up
Schedule A.
tomorrow, but based on, you know, my limited conversations with the architects, I find it hard to, you know, I have a hard time believing that they didn't file the necessary changes to the second floor. Just the amount of.
If they didn't, I'm going to have a different discussion tomorrow morning. So I would be very, very, very surprised, and I'd be more than happy to comply with everything you mentioned. But you know, I want to make sure that I'm protected.
Okay, I mean, I'll just, I don't know if this link will work, but I'll put it in the chat and you can
Please
look for yourself
do.
on there.
Is that it?
Yep.
Dr. Smith?
Yeah, I have a question too, Pierre. You mentioned the earlier location on Madison. Were that open to the public? How did you handle people for entering that space?
Just repeat the last part of the questions. How do I greet people on Madison? Can be right.
She's just
Can you
asking whether,
Benjamin, can you explain it to him, please?
yeah, she's just asking how like my understanding is the store on Madison was just a retail store, right? That was open to the public. People could walk in off the street, right?
Well, by definition of what a retail store is, absolutely. And so we are in Soho. We just have parts of the space that are basically limited to people that we know, people that we selected. That's basically the difference between the Madison retail compared to the Soho retail.
So if I were to come to your space, you don't really know me, but let's say if I sent my sister to your space,
yes,
you wouldn't know her. So how will you determine who you're going to let in?
No, letting into the store is absolutely not an issue. Obviously, everyone is welcome to the store. This is good for us, it's good for anyone. Now, that you have hidden places within the retail store, and this is the new retail, this is what's happening in retail, you know, throughout the United States and soon the rest of the world. We have hidden places, that meaning like if you don't know that something exists, then you're not welcome. I'm sorry, this is French arrogance to the tilt, or Swiss arrogance in terms of watchmaking, but this is the way it is. If you go to Chanel right now, you have places you can go, places you cannot go. That's the nature of retail. So if we don't abide by this, then we have to stop retail. We have to shut down all retail stores, and it doesn't worry me too much because we sold out for the next 5 years. So I don't really have an issue about this. But you have to understand what retail is about. Retail has changed very much before the pandemic and definitely during the pandemic.
We understand the retail thing. Dr. Smith, do you have any more
you.
questions? Sorry.
I'm good.
I'm
Thank
passionate
you.
about this, sorry.
Okay.
I'm good.
So I'm just going to ask a question. Does this mean that people that are going to the second floor need to be invited to the second floor? You need to know them. If I walk in off the public, I cannot go up to the second floor?
Absolutely, you cannot. There's going to be a sign called private. You
I
cannot go
I
to
would
the
say
second
this is
floor if you don't know.
this is akin to, you know, a VIP room in a restaurant or in a club. It's really the same thing.
Well, I can
So-
make a reservation for a VIP room in a restaurant or a club if I'm a member of the club, I guess, but you're telling me this is not a club that people need to be members of, so I'm trying to figure out how I get onto the second floor in a retail space that's open to the public. That's all I'm trying to figure out.
Well, you would presumably develop some kind of relationship with, you know, with Pierre or the people there.
Okay, so I need to do. Okay, that doesn't sound, and so then to follow up on Laura's concern about the traffic, is there a plan for these cars? On a given day, you know, 1 or 2 people will stop into the exclusive watch store, but when you have 5 to 10 to 20 people, you know, once a week, having their private gathering that's not open to the public in the public space on the second floor that I guess is not public, how is that going to work with these black cars? Because they, you know, they don't need to be double parked. They need to be standing in all the no standing zones that make it so no other car can pull over and drop anybody off anywhere. So what's your plan for handling that?
Pierre, do you feel comfortable advising, you know, clients before they?
For sure, and I would love to go back on what your statement before. You know, we are arrogant. You know, I'm French. I assume this. I'm sorry about this.
We don't need.
I don't need. What I need to know is how you're going to deal with the black cars. That's what I need to know.
Because we do not have a lot of events that have a lot of people included. Most of our events. We're thinking about 40 events a year. Everything is going right. That's what we're looking at. Out of this, 35 are going to be between 5 and 10 people. So if you're looking at couples, you know, it's Uber situation. We don't have an issue about this. If we go for the last 5 events and one of them is going to be the biggest one, maybe we have 150 people around the world coming to Soho, then we're going to have a valet parking. We're going to figure it out. Don't worry about this. We do not want our collectors to feel like, oh, they have to park their car or whatever. They do not want to be inconvenienced. Don't worry about this. We know how to treat, you know, these high-end collectors.
I just want to say one thing. Them not being inconvenienced means that their car is parked outside your place the whole time they're in there. That's what that means. I live in an area that has black cars all over. I'm very familiar with this. They never leave so that their people don't have to wait 2 seconds for them to walk out. So
when we did one party, back in October of last year, what we called the demolition party. We had more than 150 people coming, and not an issue. We know how to deal with this. We do not want to inconvenience our neighbors. We do not want to inconvenience our collectors. Trust me on this. We know about high-end luxury.
So Pierre, would you feel comfortable, you know, in the invites, advising in the email, however you're reaching out to these people to advise them that they're either their car, if they're driving or they have a driver or an Uber, that they should not have their cars idling outside?
No problem. I have no problem. We want to be good with our neighbors. We live with our neighbors. We don't want to be enemies with our neighbors. And then, you know, then we create, you know, things that, you know, bad karma. We're not into this.
Okay, and then my other thing is you've mentioned a few times now 150 people and it seems like there are a lot of issues with the certificate of occupancy for this, but the questionnaire says 72, so there's not going to be anything with 150 people.
Absolutely. If we allowed, we did this a year ago with a public assembly permit. We were allowed to have one event with more than 70 people.
This was the demolition party was just that. It was a demolition party, which is like, you know, ripping down walls. And so it's a one-off event. That's not, obviously that's not going to happen once they're open as a retail store.
Okay, so I have, Lois, just give me 1 second. I have someone from the public that I missed. So Renee Monrose, go right ahead. I'm sorry that I missed you earlier.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
I'll getting my video on. Hi there, Pierre. Hi, Benjamin. Can you
Hello.
hear me all?
Yes.
I have a couple of questions. One is about I'm very concerned about the traffic as well, as it's been pointed out that it may be only a couple of cars, but a couple of cars on a narrow street, very busy street like that, can cause a major disruption. I'm also, this may not be for you, Pierre and Benjamin, but I'd like to know who has, if their surveyor differs with their surveyor's measurements differ from the SLA measurements or the map measurements, then who takes precedent there? And
The
then
SLAs
third, wait a minute, that's all my questions and you can answer. And then third, given all the arrogance and that you like to promote and the exclusivity that you are describing, I'm really still baffled about what kind of benefit this is to the community. I know you have give us a discussion about time, but I'm still left scratching my head. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Benjamin, you're going to answer the second question. I'm going to answer the third one.
Yeah, sure. I'll answer the second one. The measurements that are provided by the State Liquor Authority are, I believe it says it on the actual lamp system that they're not exact and they're not precise. So, you know, it's up to the SLA to make that determination. But I will say that the surveyor that we use is used by most of the attorneys that apply for liquor licenses in the city. And they provide a statement about how their measurements are taken. So in my experience, there's no like hierarchy, but the publicly available information that's on the SLA's website, they specifically disclaim, you know, it may not be accurate and you need to take your own measurements. And in my experience, the SLA has relied on the measurements that are taken by the surveyor in every instance that I've ever used them.
Okay, and the next question.
So it's my turn now regarding
Your turn.
the high end.
So,
okay,
I'll just say, Pierre, let me just say
Yeah,
something
go
about the public benefit. I think we all know that Soho has largely become a shopping destination. There are, for various economic reasons, you know, most if not all of the retail stores in Soho are going to be occupied by some form of retail. There are very few restaurants. There are very few bars. It's kind of like high-end retail is what the market supports in Soho. So to the extent you have really, this is going to be an amazing showroom. It's going to be, we submitted photos of what the space in Miami looks like. It's really a breathtaking space. And to the extent, you know, you have other retail establishments that have lines outside, that have people waiting, that are kind of going for more of this buzzy crowd. Here you have something that's, you know, that is a discrete small space that's really not going to bother neighbors. It's going to be a kind of a self-contained setting. I understand that there are objections about the parking and we will address that, but there really are not going to be crowds outside, people gathering. This is going to kind of be a self-contained space that A, caters to real watch connoisseurs. There is a need for that. maybe not on Mercer Street specifically, but in New York City. And maybe not for everyone that's on this call, but there are people that do find that important. Pierre, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Well, if I compare myself to my immediate neighbors, Off-White and Zimmerman, unfortunately or fortunately, we only produce 1,000 timepieces, watches, a year, worldwide. So the amount of watches I'm going to have in New York is going to be probably like 72, 73, 74 about this. So we cater to the elite of the elite of the elite, not necessarily all the billionaires. It could be the passionate about watchmaking. Watchmaking is an art. I promote that. We promote the art of watchmaking throughout the world. We just had one watch that was auctioned for charity for more than $1 million in Singapore with the Prince Albert of Monaco. We are trying to help this. So in terms of quantity, we never have quantity. Unfortunately or fortunately, our average ticket price is $80,000. So we're not going to have quantities. So don't worry about traffic on the street. I kind of wish we would have some, but we're not going to have some. Maybe once a year when we have this anniversary, we're going to have 150 collectors coming.
It's getting very late.
Around the world.
So I've got that. I just want to hear that. I think we kind of have that.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. It's late and we still have a lot of work to do. So Renee, did you get you're good? You may not be good, but did you get your questions?
Yeah, I think you just proved my point, but anyway, the only thing else was, he says 40 events a year is not very often, but on that street, I think that's quite often.
Okay, thank you.
Again, out of 40 events,
okay,
there's going to be 35,
now we're
less
going
than
to
5
go.
people.
No, now Lois.
Yes. Will you be having in your exclusive rooms private live entertainment?
No, absolutely not.
And would you be able to stipulate that you will not have smoking in this private area as well?
On the second floor?
Absolutely.
No, in any part of your store, no smoking inside any room.
Well, Benjamin, you have to answer to this. This is going to be a cigar lounge on the ground floor.
Yeah, so I guess the answer to that is no.
This will endanger the help, the serving staff who will have to
There's no serving staff.
bear with the smoke, and there are health codes.
Okay.
There
There are no serving staff in the cigar lounge. Sorry. I'm not a smoker anymore, so I understand your feeling about this. We have a special extraction thing that was been allowed and approved by our general contractor. For people that do want to smoke, they can. It will be enclosed. It will
Because
be,
you said it was a private club. Because you said it was a private club.
It is.
What you said. It was a private club.
It is not a private club.
It's a store.
He said so.
Okay, all right, please.
Okay. Finished.
Right.
Yeah.
So the cigar room is on the first floor, which is not in the plans. Is that where that is? I don't see it on the plans. I might be missing it. I'm just asking. And I thought Pierre just said it's on.
It's the back room on the first floor.
Where it says office, or it's that back room that's not labeled,
Yeah, that's it.
and that's open to the public.
No, absolutely not.
I thought the first floor was open to the public, so this is closed to the public. Okay.
Exactly. It's going to have a private sign. This is one of the 2 private signs we have.
Carter, go
like we
ahead.
have in LA, like we have in Miami.
Yeah, my question is, can you provide us something affirmative with a measurement for Bloomingdale's? Because I'm just looking at this survey, it's sort of very unclear in their circle what's there, and there's no specific measurement. So we don't know if they measured that.
Okay.
Because it's not included. And
I'll follow up with them. I mean, they generally go off of lamps, so that, you know, they were aware of it. So, but I can ask them about it.
I mean, it's certainly within a couple feet, which is why, you know, a lot of that obviously, as you know, depending on where the doors are, et cetera, et cetera. But it is, if you do, which we have, you know, match interestingly enough, the lamp and Google in New York City, when you measure, come very close to any surveyor's maps, you know, that when they do in fact measure the distances. The second question is, or the second thing I just wanted to say, you know, despite what people may think, this is displacing housing because the second floor is a housing unit. And, you know, that's certainly been a big question for us. And while being a luxury unit, it's still housing, and we're in an area that has a lack of housing, and more housing that's reduced, even in the high end, the more pressure that's placed on other areas. So that's and you permits aren't in place as far as we can see, as far as that goes. And this is certainly not a threat, but I will tell you, we've been instructed by the Liquor Authority to take up these issues directly with the New York City Department of Buildings. So even if you do move ahead and a license is issued, that can be complicated down the road if the permits aren't in place. And you know, Chairman Bradley has been very, very clear about that anybody who has dissatisfaction with permits should be pursuing it independently with the various New York City agencies.
Yes, that's, I mean, our intention is obviously that everything in this structure, it's a, you know, it's a big project. They're spending a lot of money, that everything be up to code with all the agencies.
And just to your client's question earlier, it does not appear that there was a proper permit in place for the retail store at that location previously. So I just put that out there. You know, certainly something you want to discuss with the landlord.
Absolutely. You know, if you can send me anything.
Okay, enough, please.
Sorry. Okay, well.
Okay, Dr. Smith, and then we're done.
Anna, thank you for allowing me to ask this question again, because it's been asked without giving a specific answer. Pierre, can you just tell us in a couple of words, what is the benefit? What is the benefit to the community for such an establishment as yours? How will it benefit this community?
Okay, so I'm bringing a group of people, whether they're men, women, any shape or form, to collect our thoughts regarding collecting watchmaking. Watchmaking, it's a complicated thing to explain to people that are not aware of this, is the most important thing in the history of mankind, let's say from the 15th century on. So if we can bring these people together in this community, the great people, they're passionate, they love what they're learning, they want to learn more, they do not take no for an answer, they say, okay, let's talk about this. They're about to enliven a whole community because of the leadership.
Okay, Dr. Smith?
Thank you. Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
And
Thank you, Doctor.
I mentioned a few things before. I know it's late. I don't want to rehash them, but I just asked that they be, if there's a record, that they be added to the record for that point.
Will do. Okay. Thank you very much for coming down.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, I am going to just call just to make sure that I have no one here from MFC Times Square LLC. TQTO Corp. 99 McDougal. Anybody here from either one of those applications? I see no one. So I think that does it. 3-minute break, everybody, and then we'll come right back if that works. Good. Okay. Hearing nothing, so I'm assuming it's okay. Lois, Susan, myself. Just either raise your hand or just tell me you're here, just so I know.
I'm here.
Okay, thanks, Anthony.
Not
Thank you,
there.
Bob.
I'm here.
Okay. Carter will be here, okay. 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we've got 8 of us.
I'm here as well.
Okay. And Lois, you were here in the beginning. Yep, everybody was here from the beginning, I believe.
Yes. Yes, I came on time, yes.
You came on time. That's what happens when you tell me you're not going to be on time. It works, it works. Okay, first one. One Tree
How to
Hill.
live.
So One Tree Hill was the restaurant wine with the upstairs, and they are, just get that out. So they're gonna have somebody downstairs. It's primarily reservation only. They're going to have, it's a restaurant wine. They're going to have someone downstairs to greet the reservation people and be there roughly for most of the time. And you can't get in the building without pressing the buzzer. So somebody without a reservation, they'll have to talk to them for the intercom and go down and get them. The hours are 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. The outdoor closes, thank you, Carter, at 10 p.m. The outside is for seated patrons only. And the music is background only. And they did get letters from the other tenants in the building saying that they were fine with this. I don't know what happens if a tenant leaves, but so how does everybody feel? Is this a deny unless? Do we still have issues? I'm taking the silence to mean, are we okay with deny unless? Deny unless, Carter?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm not overly comfortable with it. I don't like some of these things, but they have given us a written plan. And as a result, I think that it's not a 500-foot case and you know, meaning it's not a full liquor license, and they've addressed sort of the outstanding concerns, and not overly comfortable with the outdoor area up there, but it's you know, they have mitigated that, and it's seated only, so.
You don't, I think that makes a difference. Okay. So, and they did do what we asked them to do. All right, next one is the Beau Maison El Cantinero that also returned with a plan. That one is a change in method of operation so originally it was to have the dining on the outside. They've removed, there is no dining on the, no outside seating.
Right, right.
They've removed that. The hours are now 12 to 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and Thursday to Saturday, 12 to 2 a.m. They are going to have a DJ on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And I believe, what did they say? The DJ will go from 8 p.m.
2 a.m.
2 a.m. They will have a limiter. Hopefully the limiter will be set and not be able to be changed. They're going to be installing soundproofing on the back and the front. They're going to have curtains. The windows will not be operable, so none of the windows will be open anymore, and the downstairs is for dining. So did I?
No, they seem to address everything.
And
I
no
was gonna-
dancing.
No dancing, right?
I was
Right.
gonna say, I think it's important that the sound limiter is calibrated by a professional initially.
Yep.
And only because just having one of them is not, it's a tool, it needs to be used properly.
Right.
And so it needs to be calibrated properly, the
Yeah.
first usage before, so that there's a baseline for it. So if there are problems later, there's a baseline to go back to.
Right. Okay.
Right.
And they're going to also reach out to Tim Shields, who was there representing one of the families. I think they both were in agreement with that. So there will be some outreach there. So are we?
I just wanted to ask from the hours perspective, what that, I didn't hear what you had said. You had said that the DJ stops at 2. People seemed uncomfortable with the later times. I mean, I think that this operator has been there so long. I think that splitting this at 3 a.m. is not the worst thing, and they've been there for decades, you know, at this point. And I think that is one of the places that has been open later, and these are some pretty significant corrective actions. So I just bring that up because I think that you know, whether people may or may not like it, this is one of the few late night places, and and people do go there later, and it is one of the few in that area. So I just bringing that up because it's not a new application.
Right.
and hasn't had hour restrictions on the weekends,
Right.
since its inception.
Mhm. How does the committee feel about that?
I mean, they asked for it and
Yeah,
explained why they wanted
it's
it, but I mean, they didn't overpress, but they did say it's their clientele.
Right. I mean, I'm okay with that as long as the DJ stops at 2. They've done all the soundproofing.
Hmm.
So the windows won't be open. Is everybody okay with that? So it would
Can you
be,
hear me?
Yes,
yeah, I can't hear you, Bob, and Patricia was gonna say something. So Bob, go ahead. Patricia, go ahead. Patricia,
I
go
was
ahead.
gonna say I'm okay with it.
Okay, Bob, go ahead. Wait, what? Bob, I lost you.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to go to 3 a.m. Yes.
They had, didn't they have 4 before?
Yeah.
Thursday to Saturday? They've been operating with 4 a.m. already.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. I can.
Okay, because it's very hard for me. I keep pushing mute and then but everybody can hear me, right?
Yes.
yes.
Okay, so I just think that 3 a.m. is not a good idea. There's, yes, it was 4 a.m., but it was 4 a.m. and it was a restaurant and they were blasting music up on the top. They never had permission to do all those things. So I'm just saying, it's like, okay, you want to give them 3 a.m., let them operate at 2 a.m. With DJs and see how it goes with all the soundproofing before we start adding more hours, lateness to the whole shouldn't match. I just think the better way of doing it is stay with the 2 a.m. And he can always come back and seek later hours if he needs it. But I mean, it's awful nice that he fixed the problems that he created. But the problem is that it was a restaurant till 4 a.m. Anytime you have a restaurant till 4 a.m. and then next thing you know, the person's adding DJs and not acting like a restaurant, which is what was occurring at that location. And that's why he got into trouble. So to add that to 3 a.m., I think is not a good idea. That's my 2 cents. I really can't vote for something at 3 a.m. At this place. So I would be against that.
Yeah, but I think, Bob, you were here the whole time. Why wouldn't you say that when the applicant was here?
Well, it was 2 a.m. And in fact, it was said a bunch of times by other members of our committee that they were comfortable with 2 a.m. and not going to 4 a.m. That's what I heard.
Okay. I'm kind of torn on this one because they had I mean, I'm looking at what we gave them that they did not sign. Bob has a very valid point that the reason they're here is because, they're trying to fix everything that they did wrong.
And got disciplined for it.
But they've also given up the outdoor area,
Right, they
which
gave up
they
the
were allowed
Yeah.
to have in the past.
Yeah.
But
in
the
the
outdoor area
previous
was never
stipulation.
legal in the first place, Carter. Never legal in the first place.
I
Okay?
understand, but I'm just saying in the stipulations that we offered them last time,
That's because they had
it
4 a.m.
included, it included the outdoor area and 4 a.m.
I'm against it. So I'm going to vote against it. I feel very strongly that we should not give him later hours. But if you guys want to give him 3 a.m., that's fine.
But
I'm going to
we're
vote
not,
against that.
we're not giving him the later hours. We're actually reducing the hours.
That's fine, Carter. I will vote against it. I think that is completely the wrong way to go. But we have it settled, we have it resolved, and now we're saying, well, maybe we should give him more. And I think that's a mistake. So that's just the way I feel. But I'm going to stop talking about it now. I think I made my point very clear.
So you want to call the question, Don?
Yeah, I guess. So let's call the question. I guess who's in, the way I'll call it, who's in favor of, get the only thing we have, I think call the question. So it's 3, how do I call this question? Are we, how do people feel about the 3 a.m. on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with the Duke? Tell me how to call it. I'm not
Shirley,
gonna-
you called the question. What are you calling the question? Sorry, I'm
Right,
just gonna
thank
put
you.
it
Thank
on
you
there.
for pushing the button. Right, there we go. Appreciate that.
Well, you know, I'm always for whatever we want to say in exec, we should have said already. I don't recall who on the committee said something to the applicant when they were here about the 3 o'clock.
Nobody.
Nobody
That's
said
what I said.
3
I don't
o'clock.
recall that.
No, what it was,
3 o'clock.
Susan had brought up 2 o'clock and they had said 4 o'clock.
Right.
And what they had said is that that the DJ is ending at 2 and that they have historically been a later place where people are later in the evenings. And so they had said that they really wanted us to consider 4, and we said, okay, we'll discuss that in the executive committee. So it was, and the reason I had presented 3 is because it allows the wind down after the DJs, but it doesn't go until 4, obviously. So,
okay.
And they've given up the outdoor area.
I'll
It's
vote.
consideration for a long-standing business. I certainly understand what Bob is saying and other people are saying. I just, you know.
So Shirley, what's the question you're
Don, I
calling?
think you ought to call the question to whether it'll be 3. And Bob has already said he doesn't want.
Okay, so if we'll call the question to 3, that means 3 o'clock Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and the DJ ends at 2.
Mhm. Yes, I'll vote for that.
Yes.
Lois, Anthony?
Yes.
I'll do a no like Bob.
Okay. Carter?
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with it. Okay, so we have 6 okay to deny. Okay. All right. Next one is the
Imoni.
yeah, EV, sorry, EVJR.
PBR, yeah.
Hang on a second. And that one was it
This is
wine?
dress code.
No, this is the one on 548 LaGuardia.
No, this is the one on
293
This is
293 Mott.
293 Mott, 55 East.
Oh, 93 Mott is where we are?
Dress play.
8 p.m., 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Tavern wine, previously unlicensed.
Yes, you're right.
The Bellatos place. The weirdness, again, with the certificate of occupancy. The dress code.
Oh, yeah. But previously unlicensed.
Yeah. But Tavern wine, so.
But they said specifically they were going to come back.
Yeah, they're gonna, just like Carter said, they're gonna evolve and come back for liquor.
He said that's what they wanted, and they'll start with this. So it will definitely become a high-end bar because that's their goal.
Right.
I think though, we have to be sort of careful too. I mean, it seems like he's sort of setting himself up for an issue because you have to be careful when you want to, I guess you can have your business and have people come in the way you want, but I think that dress code thing might turn out to be an issue for him if he's not careful.
It's interesting. He was written up in some article all about the dress code, loving this 1920s or something style. So I'm just saying this is not the first time this has been
mentioned.
Yeah.
Oh.
It might fail, but it doesn't.
I'm just saying it's like an aesthetic that
it's not unheard of.
Right.
I the plan, the food, the menu, the 8 a.m.,
no
the
menu.
late hours, these are all things that are indicative of,
a club.
Well, not necessarily a club, but just it's the bar and in the evaluation of it. And for us, and because the liquor authority is taking so long, they're looking to apply for a tavern wine license because they're able to get a temporary license and start operating sooner. But this in Shirley was on the committee a long time ago. This is what happened in this entire area before we heard beer and wine licenses, is we got it, all these beer and wine licenses were operating here.
Yeah.
And they were open, we didn't hear them, so they'd stay open really late. And then they'd come back to us and say, well, we're open really late, there's no impact. You know, we should get our full liquor license. And, you know, this is the concern as we pull more and, you know, the late night off of Houston and down the blocks. You know, this is the concern. This is what we hear from, you know, people throughout Little Italy. And I'm not saying say no to this license at all by any means. What I'm saying is that I'm not comfortable with the 8 a.m. open. They said they're not going to open then. So, you know, I think that they should be operating the way they say they operate.
They didn't
And-
say they weren't going to be open then. They said that they didn't expect to have a big breakfast business. But, and then someone else from the community said Bamra, you know, not Bamra, you know, the Eddie Pantas said he discussed that they were having daytime hours, which he thought was a contribution to the community.
Yeah, but did you look at their menu? What on that menu is a daytime?
Nothing. They said they'll have
Menu.
sandwiches. They said they'll have sandwiches. There's nothing on the menu that's basically anything for any time other than.
I mean,
bar food.
not their competition, but there is a bar that opens every single legal hour of the day on 7 days a week, right around the corner, which opens first thing in the morning and closes at 4 and is closed for 4 hours a day.
I mean, aren't there are 2 4 a.m. licenses basically around the corner, right?
No, that's right. Yeah, that's right. But there's one, I mean, there's
one-
full time. And so I just bring up the daytime because we didn't really hear
Mhm.
a plan in supporting a daytime operation. And the reason I look at this is just because if this were a full liquor license,
We'd be saying no.
we would have a different approach.
Yeah.
And I would rather deal with this once and not have to have the reduction later. I'd rather do an increase. And this is adding in a previously non-licensed place. And, you know, and I laid that out when we were talking to them. And I think that 2 a.m. 7 days a week is very late.
Well, he got around certain issues too by saying, because he lives in the place above it, you know, so that the thing about how it would impact neighbors, and we kind of owns the space around it, so that was a buffer. No, it's a little bit of a tricky one because we know even with fancy dress code or not, it's another late night bar in the neighborhood that is the future for this space.
Yeah, I mean, and we have, you know, I mean, you can go around the corner over on Lafayette, and there's the Temple Bar is there. That's a high-end place. You know, there's other places, I'm just saying, that have been around. I'm just uncomfortable, frankly, with the Sunday through Thursday later hours. I think that's more the bigger concern, because you know, and maybe even Friday, Saturday, but that's just more my concern, because I think that is what we will be revisiting later again. And as a new license, it's very different than an existing license. And we're basically setting the parameters for what we already know they want to do.
Exactly.
And they said very clearly that unless they have hours until 2 a.m., that beer and wine's not supported.
Right.
So,
No, I had in my notes normally what we do if anybody comes to us with those kind of hours in a previously unlicensed space 7 days a week, the first thing out of our mouth is, what can you do earlier from Sunday to Wednesday or Sunday to Thursday? And they were very clear. With the beer and wine, they needed the 2 a.m.
Yeah, I asked the question if you.
Yes, you did ask the question.
Yeah.
And you got a very clear answer.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
You know, they're hoping to benefit and get goodwill from their parents' restaurant on Houston Street, which has been there forever.
Right.
And, you know, so they're not new to the area in that sense. And also he does live there, which is unusual for an operator. So, you know, there were those things that set them apart a bit. It just is we're looking at the future, and the future is a bar in that place, which probably the neighbors would rather not have unless it, you know, was incredibly well run.
I vote to deny.
Okay. Anybody else?
I was gonna say, I think that we should provide them with lesser hours
Right, deny with a path.
and right. And I, you know, I say that out of deference to what Susan said.
Right.
I
You
mean,
know, but for what's been presented, I agree with Dr. Smith.
is it a death knell for their business to close at midnight? I mean, is that really, really true that the big income is from midnight to 2?
Well, if it is, then I don't know why they're opening at 8 in the morning and maybe having sandwiches. You know, maybe they should focus part of their business on that. I'm just saying.
But that's never going to be a moneymaker. Alcohol is a moneymaker, eggs are not. It would be nice for the community if it was open during the day. So, but since they're not serving food anyway, it's just how much beer and wine are they selling at 1 in the morning?
Bob?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is there any chance that they can build a kitchen in there? Or is this definitely
He had
going to
no
be-
interest. He had no interest in a restaurant.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And it was a clothing store before, closed at 7 o'clock. So, and no, I think what Carter is right. They're playing us to the, you know, or leveraging the situation as best they can. They get the temporary, the late night temporary beer and wine, and then come back later. I mean, you know, they said it themselves. They didn't want to compromise on hours at this point, but at the same time, Carter's right. They can get a temporary permit with beer and wine. They can't get that with on premise. So, I mean, really the only counter to it is deny with lesser hours or with a path with lesser hours, because I do think, you know, 2 a.m. on Sundays is too much.
They don't need 2 a.m. on Sunday.
I was going to say, I mean, Frank, you know, I think everybody in this area thinks they were, you know, all those bars that are open later. I think they all wish they were doing better during the weeks, but there's not, you know, the clientele like there used to be. There's been significant changes in, you know, a lot of different things, but I'm sort of struggling, like, what would we offer them, right? So it sounds like they would like to provide somewhere for people who perhaps are finishing at their sister business around the corner, a place to go after their meal. So that's one consideration that I think is perhaps reasonable. And
When I asked him about that, I've been to Balado many times. It's a casual, you know, you're not coming there dressed to the nines to go to the bar.
I'm not disagreeing.
It's a small percentage of their clientele at Balado.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just simply saying that you don't want to, that is a source of business, right? Which is directing people around the corner. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just
dress up now to go to Balato's.
yeah, I mean, look, 4 or 6 people counts, right? You know, that's business, and out of a full restaurant, you know, whatever. But I think that, you know, just midnight during the week and 1 on the weekends is, you know, fairly generous in that respect. And I, you know,
What is weekend? Friday and Saturday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday there.
on Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
Okay.
What is everybody? So you're doing a 1, you're suggesting 1 Friday and Saturday and midnight Sunday to Thursday.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Other people? This is a deny and that would be the path.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's really about the hours, because I mean, that's really what, there was no give back. So that's what it comes down to.
Okay, Patricia, you're okay?
I guess if that's the committee wants to go that way. I mean, the Eddie Panther
her.
from ESBA, Elizabeth Street
Right.
Bar Association, said he spoke to the other people and they were okay with what was proposed. So, I mean, if the committee wants to go deny with a path, I'll go with that way as well.
Yeah. No, Patricia,
That's a
you're right,
great-
though. That's the hard part. That's the hard
Right.
part of this one.
And Patricia, you make an excellent point. The one concern I had is they said that the other licensed business had closed and this was replacing it. And what we know is because the other space is built out as a restaurant with a kitchen and with a liquor license, that is very likely that we will have another applicant there in a previously licensed location. I think that you're right, but for us as a committee, and we are right now, all these new spaces that have never been licensed before in every corner of our neighborhood.
Yeah.
We have so many applications,
Yeah.
month after month right now.
Yeah.
And we have to keep that in mind. Because there are all these vacant spaces or some vacant spaces that already are built out for this use. So where we end up at the end of the next 2 years could be very different without any diversity in the mix of retail. And, that's just my larger concern. And, I think there's a good argument to give a benefit here, but I don't, at the same time, there's another empty place right down, 2 storefronts away or a couple storefronts away, whatever it is, that we know somebody will most likely be back.
Okay, all right.
I mean, you're right. It is interesting that they didn't pick the place a few doors down that was already licensed. Was it because it was bigger, do you think?
Well, that's an excellent
That's-
point,
yeah.
Susan. What we're hearing over and over again, not every single month, but quite frequently now, is that an existing business owner is approached by their own landlord or the neighbor next door or right in the immediate area because they're offered the space. And it's just like we heard tonight, the guy, right? If I remember correctly, he came in and said, hey, the space is here, right? This is what's happening. Comedy Cellar, that space we're going to talk about in a few minutes, same thing, it's, and I think that's because people know their businesses and they know, the situation is good and they're going to make a try at it. And the parties all know each other and they know the area. That's why I think that's happening a lot more.
Okay. So deny with the path. Everybody's,
Yes.
okay. That's 8-0. Okay. Okay. Next one is Timoni. That one.
Layover?
No, Timoni did not.
Is it a layover?
No, that's not. That's the 548 LaGuardia, which they had come to us in October of 2017. And
What happened to that?
Lois, the one with the side issue.
yeah, with the sidewalk issue.
Yeah.
No, I know it. I know Trey Giovanni. I want to know whether he's the third or the fourth Giovanni. I'm very familiar with this spot. But what happened? Did they lay over 128 Mulberry? Patty?
The one that laid over was the Bow T.
Yes,
But
that's
I'm
right.
not
Yeah,
them yet
okay.
because we haven't heard them yet. They
22
came up and
Mulberry,
they
you're
left,
right,
and then
right.
They came up again and they left. So I'm counting them later on when we actually heard them. So we heard them and then we
Okay.
put them down. So we went on to Timoni. So
They
that's. why
laid
I'm
over. They laid
Timoni.
over.
But they did lay over, but I'm not at them yet, in my numbering system, because we haven't heard them.
Okay,
Right,
no problem.
right.
I have the
Okay.
space.
So I'm just trying to keep my notebook in line with my business.
No
session.
problem.
All right, so Timoni, they had come to us in October 2017. Basically, we're just rehearing what we heard then, because then they had all these other issues and didn't move forward. So, the hours are from 12 to 11. what does he have? 9 o'clock on Sunday? Okay, so
9
the
on Sunday.
9 on Sunday. Give me 1 second. And 12 to 11. The other, I mean, the application says 12 to 11. He's got 4 tables of 2 on the sidewalk. He has his shed out there. The outside is going to operate till 11 PM. Is that correct? Hang on. No.
It was 10 and 11.
It was 10 and 11 because that's what it was before. And it's background music. The doors and windows close at 10. I think. Yeah, I think that's it. 12 and 11, 7 days. a week.
This was the place where the pedestrian obstruction.
Right, so he's gonna
They-
go,
You know,
I'll put in the stipulations that he needs to make sure that he has 8 feet of clearance in there. As we,
because he made his sidewalk cafes were like a plaza. And you could barely, you couldn't even, a skinny person couldn't even pass through. They took over the whole place, the whole sidewalk.
yeah. I mean, when I looked on the
Very
Google,
pretty, but
he was turning the tables catty corner, so they were at a different angle instead of being
Yes.
parallel to the building, and that, I think that's what's.
that's right.
So maybe I'll just,
And Donna, I didn't ask, but I looked at after he had finished. There was a letter of no objection that was
Yeah.
issued in 2018.
yes,
So I didn't really follow
what,
some of this logic on why they did not have the liquor license because he said that was the impediment. And I don't really.
I think then something happened with the gas lines. Would that have impacted the letter of no objection? Because he said then he had
No,
issues.
they had the letter of no objection. That's all they needed. I mean, I'm not saying they didn't have a gas problem, and that's an absolute living nightmare.
Right.
But I'm just saying that letter of no objection seemed to be within the window.
So if they had that, but then maybe they didn't file because of the gas line, is that?
I'm just raising, I don't.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, he's just, there seemed to be a whole multitude of issues, because he did say they got the letter of no objection. And then they had to retest the gas lines, and then it was a pandemic, and
The letter of no objection has nothing to do with landmarking, and it has nothing to do with testing gas. It is a no work application. It is
Right.
simply a filing with the New York City Department of Buildings, and they say we have a record of a commercial business on whatever it is you asked, the ground floor or the basement. It is an application based
right,
filing that asks them to verify their records. So it doesn't require
anything.
any of what he had raised. That
And with that-
I'm aware of.
He was
I
talking
mean,
about, yeah, he was talking about all the delays as to why they didn't completely get to where they needed to get for the liquor license. But Con Ed has been going around to everywhere right now, and all sorts of people, residential and commercial, are getting tested. So, and all sorts of problems are occurring as a result of that.
when they do the high pressure tests, a lot of old systems that don't theoretically have problems, they don't pass.
Find out they have a lot of problems. So we're denying less on this?
Yeah,
Yep.
Okay. All right, so then the next one, I think I called up the Beau and then I put them back down again. So I'm on my notebook. So then we did WLLC, the Woolly at 390 Broome.
yes.
That was a transfer on premise, basically operating like Seymour's. I think,
They were interesting because they said they looked for a previously licensed location. That was very interesting.
Mike Kelly, I'm finding that he's putting that in with some of the people he's representing. That's not the first time we've heard them
It's a good point to make, yeah.
Yeah. So is this a deny unless, are we,
I think so.
and is there anything I need to
Yes.
call
Yeah,
out?
Donna, on my
ahead, Don.
vote, I'm gonna have to recuse myself on this one. I didn't realize it, but one of the partners in my law firm, the applicant is his son. So I know
Oh.
that's not enough, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Okay. And I thought, what I thought was interesting is that the road bed's only gonna be 5 feet deep. I don't know how much, that's why it's 2 tops in there. See what they do with that.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
I'm
They
glad
probably
because
won't
the
do
fire
it.
trucks, it's a challenge there for some of the fire trucks moving
Yeah.
through that area and making turns, so.
Well, we'll see if it is there by the time they get their license.
Sure.
Okay, so deny unless 7, that one is 7-0. Okay, now I think we are on to the T people, which are laying
Didn't
over.
they ever? Yeah.
Yep.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the description that I heard, and I looked back very briefly during the meeting, I haven't looked at it, that they mentioned it's a 3-level space. She said that you go in there and you go down and there's a kitchen, and then you go down and there's a patron bathroom.
Yeah, she said that it
And
sounded like, yeah.
there's something that is not, I don't know what it is, but we really need accurate information. And when I was just looking through my own notes with Tiny Shanghai, the previous operator, they also didn't appear before us. And it was something that we did very last minute with that. And I couldn't find a questionnaire handy in my email, but I think that the resolution refers to a mezzanine or something in
Yeah.
there, but I just, this is an example of a space that has less seats than you're required to have a bathroom for the city. If you have 20 or less.
Carter, when was Tiny Shanghai? Because I kind of remember that.
Cormac,
2019.
2019.
2019, May 2019, and I think I put that reso maybe in the Google Drive, because I have it. And it did say ground floor, 800 square feet with an additional 200 square feet in the mezzanine, the basement level being split into 2 sections, 248 square foot kitchen, 448 square foot basement, separate entrances from the ground floor.
So I don't know if this is the same space or not, or what it is, but it might be helpful if somebody just even walked by it. I did not take the time to do that.
I mean, this is supposed to be a transfer, Tiny Shanghai, just saying that, so.
I'm sorry, they're coming back, right?
They're coming back, so we don't have to vote.
I could probably dig up we should be able to dig up the questionnaire from before.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
you're right, Carter. I think if they're changing the space, I mean, it really, it's not gonna apply.
Right.
So if they're changing the space, they just need to give us good plans about how they're changing it.
Yeah, and there are some inconsistencies in the manner in which our materials were filled out, and
The SLA.
right, generally when somebody says they're a representative, they're a filing representative helping them with their liquor license application who's remunerated, and they have to disclose that to the liquor authority, and that's why they say representative, and this was filled out that way, and I'm just not really quite sure all that information.
All I would say, guys, is this is a mom and pop business,
Mhm.
and so we have to, help them as much as we can,
Right.
because they're not going to go hiring a lawyer.
Right.
He doesn't even speak English fluently and needs to have somebody else. So I'm just saying that's just my attitude on it. That's all.
And it's a franchise of the other businesses, it seems. Because there were, if you went on the website of what they had down on the web address, there are a number of these in our area. They don't have any liquor licenses. So. So they're deviating from the franchise too, the general way that that franchise operates. Okay, next one is Night Owl Comedy, 118 West Third. Thoughts?
I just wish they would get, I don't know why a comedy club has a shed. I don't understand that, but
You
Yeah,
know
Bob,
what?
it's,
Said they didn't care about the shed that, I mean, I
I
thought.
wish they would
Olive-
remove it.
but guys, just as a reminder, the upstairs is Olive Tree Cafe. In the basement is the comedy club. So
Right.
the Olive Tree Cafe.
That's their shit.
Yeah, and that's their shed. It says Olive
Yeah.
Tree Cafe. So I'm,
Okay, all right.
Okay.
and I will say,
okay.
you know, the applicant is a long standing member of the community and has operated through time businesses that are iconic and are the reason people come to Greenwich Village. And I don't
Yes.
think there's anybody left you can say that about. But
Gave $35,000. That's amazing.
with that said, there are lines.
The lines.
New lines are,
Then
you know, that's
they're not in lines, they're clusters.
I mean,
Clusters, four
Yeah.
abreast.
I just wish this was like 3 blocks away or 4 blocks away, so it wasn't all quite so concentrated in the same
Yeah.
space there.
Isn't it?
I
but
went
not-
over to Brinkman's to get some very boring, but some, you know, nuts and bolts, literally, to dig through their little nuts and parts drawer, because they're open a little
Right.
later, which is nice also, and it must have been their second seating or whatever. Or anyway, there's a long line, just to Shirley's point, and there had also just let the people in at the Blue Note, and it's a lot. And then
Yeah.
there's a cop that's double parked in front of the 7-Eleven. There's all the traffic.
Right.
You know, it's
I've
just
seen
like,
that line as far back up as the pizza shop, almost to where the NYU Law School building is.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I think if you've got 70 more people in line, that's 70 people, you know.
That was the point I was making. Yeah. She's adding to it for sure.
And I'm looking for 80.
Or 80, you know, but the point being is that that's really the hurdle. So I do give a little bit for myself personally, I give a little bit more weight to, you know, it's right now, these are the businesses that people are, you know, coming to our community for, and
It's successful business, so.
right.
Yes.
And you know, it's another unique scenario, but it was previously, you know, a low impact restaurant. But there's a C of O, you know, from the past. Obviously, there's a history of this use in this space, even though it was Bleecker Bob's for a long time. You know, but it is part of, you know, it's a lot of, you know, it's just like reading history, and some of you have lived it, but that stretch of McDougal in this part of 3rd Street was not particularly a great area, but McDougal was really, you know, all through time, you know, small music venues, and a lot of, you know, for folk music, you know, is the most recent, you know, before what we have now. And so you know, he's kept that alive. And, you know, I always say when people come to the village looking for the stuff that they read about, this is the guy that does it, and still does it. So.
Yeah, and I mean, not for nothing, McDougal Street and West 3rd Street is not difficult, or you know, there's a lot of problems with those 2 blocks, but it's not, I mean, and there are long lines, no question, and including the Blue Note, but the Blue Note is an exceptional location for great music. So if we're going to put up with a line, you know, we should put up with it, with that kind of business. And I'm positive these kind of businesses. It's what makes our community what it is. It's the, you know, I mean, you know, just go across the street to the bars across the street that are just, you know, they cause the chaos. Not these locations, but I don't want to belittle the lines. They are disruptive, but I do think putting up with the lines because of what they provide to Greenwich Village. That's all.
Yeah, but also too, he did mention that he's working on some project to try to address the line. So who knows, maybe that'll come through soon.
Well, and I feel like he heard us. I mean, I feel like he was aware that that the lines were an issue, and I feel like he heard us also. That was the biggest complaint he heard was the lines, not his businesses.
And Shirley, to your point, we almost have the same benefit that he does, because a practically well-run business will be more efficient, so he can turn over his business much more quickly if his lines run better, because that's the source of like just everything being slow. And you know, I think it's, you know, as much as I want to, I know that the garage is there. That's the use right now. We know it will be changing, but
I was about to say, yeah, that it won't be around for that long.
yeah, but he's here trying to make it work now, and they're not before us with the plan. And so, and you know, and this hatched because he went over to local business and ate there, right? I mean, this is how small things happen. And I think that the key might be how you write that late night part, and you put in there that it's only happens rarely.
Right. Very rarely, I would say, almost.
So Donna, you want to call the question?
Yeah, call the question. Deny unless?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so that's 8-0 on that one. Okay, and then the watch store. So I'm more confused after kind of listening to it all than I was reading the application, quite frankly.
Are they right about the 500-foot rule or not? I mean, we thought there was conflict. Their consultant said no. I mean, if they're right.
That's a great question. They either are or they aren't. You know, it's a measurement. It's not a you know, it's what it is. My point is that it's not included on the list. So how can you challenge something if it's not included, right? Which is the measurement of places that are in the mix there. I mean, that are close.
Mhm.
You know, and if, I mean, that's whether or not they have to meet all the 500-foot
Yeah.
thing. I think we should still look at the issues and comment on them irrespective, because we're still going to send them a stipulations agreement, I believe, and our recommendation, I mean, I would suggest that it be dependent on executing those.
Right.
Either way, because they've represented, you know, the operation of your space in a particular fashion. You know, and I know I was taking a lot of time with the building use, and I know that Laura did, but
Problem.
the liquor authority no longer requires submission of a C of O or a letter of no objection. They will just issue the license. And as a result, the burden is shifted, and we need to find out if there's a path or not. And we've been told, you need to make the complaints if there's a problem, not us. We are the state, not the city. And so the plans that I've been able to see, and I'm not saying those are all, and that Laura saw, and that some of the other people who looked saw, don't include the change in the second floor to retail use.
Right.
And the first floor space doesn't look like they ever had a permit in place for retail, but they had retail there. That's not unusual in the area in the past, but those are elements of the 500-foot rule that the liquor authority is not looking to follow. But we also, I think, need to let the applicant know, because they don't want to operate a business improperly.
Well, Pierre
that's-
was definitely upset about what he heard. Yeah.
And
Well,
so,
Carter, ground floor retail is as of right now, so it's only.
they may be as of right, but you still have to file on one and change it.
Yes,
And the point that I'm making on this, though, is that the second floor, there is no filing. And so, the time frame to potentially change that, we don't know what that is. The applicant doesn't know. They didn't even know about that, right? And so.
All right, let me ask you a question. How long are those you think they're going to have those temporary licenses? How long will they be? Is there
Well, they get a, I mean,
time?
Donna, you looked at it's, if they're until they're allowed to operate under a certain set of
Till they
conditions.
come back for the
Well-
renewal. Is that what
For
you're
what?
saying?
For
For the temporary liquor license, or
the temporary liquor license allows them a reduced conditions that they need to operate under. It's outlined on the liquor authority's website. I think it's 11 p.m. during the week, 12 on the weekends,
it
and
is.
10 outside or something
I
like
don't know
that.
if I have it printed out,
Um,
but yeah, it's something like 11 and 12.
While the full
Right.
application is pending, but they're only allowed in New York City to do that if the space has been licensed within 2 years and the 500-foot ruling judge issues an affirmative finding, or it's not subject to the 500-foot rule. So the reason the temporary license came up is because this space has not been licensed.
Right.
And they're saying that it is not subject to the 500-foot rule.
Which is debatable, it sounds like.
Well, it's not debatable. It's unknown. I will.
Okay.
Because it's a factual measurement. It is from the center of the door at Bloomingdale's to their center door where it meets the sidewalk.
Right.
Yeah, but guys, we do not want to get caught up on whether the 500-foot rule applies or not, because we should just apply it. We have to. We have no choice. So whether it does or it doesn't really doesn't matter. We apply it because we don't know. And if we don't know, we have to apply it or else it's waived. So we really have no choice. So I just wouldn't get caught up on that. I would apply it. And if it doesn't apply, it doesn't apply.
okay.
Closing time no later than 12 a.m. any night. Any outdoor space closes at 10 and 11. No outdoor music. That's what the rules are for the temporary license.
Thank you.
I mean, I think this one had a bunch of issues in addition to that. I don't, it sounded like it was, the two floors were not operating as one unit. It sounded like they were operating very differently. One was a showroom, one was almost like a private space. Not sure how that works with this kind of license. Or any kind of, I mean, shouldn't the whole space be operating in the same manner? No, Carter? I mean,
Yeah,
Bob?
This is a very unique situation. I mean, this is a unique retail operation. This is a world-renowned watchmaker who appeared before us.
Pierre has made that very clear. I mean,
Yes, he did.
yeah.
But he
So
actually is.
ad nauseum, in my opinion.
But that's my point, is that he actually is. And so this is a fairly unique situation. If you want to apply the 500-foot rule to it, sure. Are the permits in place? We have a question mark there. Okay. Number two is, what are the impacts All right, has it ever been licensed before? No, it has not. What are the impacts of that new license to that area on traffic, noise? Those are the things that you look at when you apply the public interest,
Right.
the public interest standard. It's not, what's the community interest here? It's the public interest, and it really has to do with impacts. And this particular type of business isn't going to have a significant traffic impact. It's not. These are very high-end merchandise. These watches are going between $50,000 and $500,000. You're not going to get into the store without a reservation. So Bottle Club is a Bottle Club license. It's not on-premise license. This is different, and it's unique. And so where does that belong? That belongs in cities like New York. It belongs perhaps in Soho. Maybe not necessarily on
Mercer Street. No, Mercer.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm actually changing lanes as I speak. But I would say that that this is a fairly unique application, and I think it was kind of turned upside down as the discussion occurred. I don't know, is the public interest served by this? Well, at least in terms of the standard, I think it does, because of what it is. So I'm just saying, I understand there's lots of objections out there. I could tell from all the questions and all the statements, and it is very high end, and that may be objectionable in and of itself. But when it comes right down to it, this guy is a renowned, not just a seller of clocks or watches, but he's the guy that makes them.
Well, it certainly has no impact on the street as to the stores on Greene Street, where every store has lines of people waiting outside. And that situation is just getting worse. So you could see as neighbors, why wouldn't you rather have this on your street than one of the other businesses? And he was right when he said it's all retail. So it's going to be one form of retail or another. And this is low impact. I mean, it's not as low impact as Design Within Reach that just moved out, but it's compared after a furniture store. It's about as low impact as you're going to get in that neighborhood. In spite of some evenings when there may be 20 people coming
once a week.
Maybe.
I would say just that some of the aspects of being open to the public, regularly open to the public, that, they're not supposed to be selling alcohol. This is the giving away. These are some of the basic requirements of just the licenses, and the exclusionary aspect, the bringing in the cigar lounge, and in that aspect, I'm not sure I understand how those integrate. I'm not saying they can or can't. I just don't know what those regulations are. The whole space is being sought to be licensed, right? That operates as the store, not parts of it. So it will be licensed, whatever this demarked cigar area is. I didn't know you could still get those.
I don't know that you can still get those.
Right.
That's
So
what I was wondering. I mean, that's a very particular license, having a cigar area in there.
I don't think so.
And to
I
Bob's
think he's
point,
making it up.
well, to Bob's point, I think that, there are certain elements where this is not an issue or an impact, but we heard a lot of concerning points in this. So I think that that's what we need to raise, and that is up to the liquor authority to address. So I think we just need to lay them out and make sure they're all in there.
So the private areas is the biggest thing. The second floor, it seems to be operating differently.
I don't want to say it's the biggest, I'm just saying it is an
Right,
issue.
it's a thing, right, you're correct.
Question,
And then
right?
the second floor operating seems to be operating, if I heard him correctly, the second floor operates differently than the first floor. You have to get invited up to the second floor. The
It's
first
like
floor
a
is open to the public.
speakeasy.
You know, there's a new
It's a
model,
speakeasy.
which we know in the city, which is based around excluding people. And that's the private membership model.
That's-
And that's what we're seeing. And so there's a lot of confusion over this exclusion and excluding the public.
Right.
And being special for special people. And we're hearing that more and more. And you know, we're gonna hear an application on Thursday for another one. But these are some issues that are unclear when they accompany pecuniary gain, which is making money off the service of alcohol, right? And this
But
is
Carter, they're
supposed to be
not really,
open.
it's not a private club. And it's not that they're actually making money from the alcohol. I mean, they're
Oh,
giving
no,
it
they're not, but
to
the
people who are
exclusion,
buying a $75,000 watch, you know, and, you know, with the amount of robberies there are, or if that's, I forget if they're robberies or burglaries, in Soho, including, you know, the Dior store again last week at 1 a.m. I mean, obviously, they're not just going to let people wander into the store to browse the watches. I mean, they don't let you into any store anymore to browse in Soho. They keep the crowds on the street, not in the store. So, so it's not a club. You know, you could, even if they just had security issues, they're not going to let people in who they think aren't going to buy. And that's really not any different now than what Louis Vuitton and Dior, et cetera, on our street are doing.
you know, that may be, you know,
I said, let Carter though finish making his point. Did you?
Yeah.
I didn't quite hear you finish making your point on this.
I just, this exclusion part is, you know, I'll bring you to another real life example is I got to the door at 7-Eleven the other night at about 11:50. And I wanted to get a soda for the next morning so I could take it with me on the subway. And I was trying to plan ahead and they wouldn't let me in. And then when the person next to me walked away, they unlocked the door and let me in. You know, that type of decision-making at any storefronts is a problem. And it was a good reminder to me about what we're hearing when people say that. And Dr. Smith asked that question is, how do you know the difference? And
Yeah.
this whole, this experience of New York City is going back to exclusiveness.
Yeah.
When it
Yes.
accompanies licenses that are open to the public, it is part of the public interest and convenience and advantage, if that is, that you are in fact open to the public. This is not a challenge to the applicant's uniqueness as a manufacturer of, you know, world-renowned and exclusive timepieces, but it is a part of what the licenses are. So I just, you know, dress codes, this and that, this is not the New York that I've known. And, you know, I think we need to better understand it.
And also too, Carter, well said. What it allows though too, and I think maybe people might either not think about it or might not want to think about it. It also sets up this implicit bias in a lot of instances that people might not even be aware that they have themselves. So they're going to be determining who they let in, whether, look, it happened to Oprah Winfrey, okay?
It's profile.
Oprah Winfrey has more money than a whole lot of people wish they could ever have. And remember,
I'm not sure what would accomplish.
I'm sorry, did you say something, Susan?
Yeah, I just live on the street where the lines of people, and I've observed this over 3 years firsthand every single day. And what the stores now do, and it's every kind of store that you're finding on Greene Street, is you book appointments. And at first they did it during COVID because nobody wanted to get sick, but then they started doing it because they limit the number of people in the stores. They don't prevent people from coming in, period. You book the appointment. I can't speak for the watch store, how they book their appointments with, you know, their clients who come in, but it's something that we've seen now is happening all over in the stores. And it is because there's so much crime, but they're not preventing people from coming in, period. It's like at a museum line, you know, they don't have booked entry, but they feed it in more slowly, where it used to be the store could be mobbed. Now the stores themselves are not mobbed. The line is waiting outside to get in.
Yes.
And
I have,
that's the store now.
I have two watch stores by me. One has one of these bottle club licenses, the other does not. One is open to the public, the one with the bottle club license, and anybody can walk in there. And they have security there. It's not mob or anything like that. It has regular retail hours. It doesn't have private parties. I don't know what the exact hours are, but it's something similar to what the, 11 to 7 or something like that. And that operates that way. And then I have another one that doesn't have a license, that is upstairs in a space that has a security guy standing on the curbside and another security woman standing by the door, that apparently you need to be in the know, or it sounds like this one more, where they have people that have been past buyers or people that are interested that get in touch with them ahead of time, that they know that they're coming. Nobody from the public would walk in. Now, this is on a second floor space, so it's not exactly the same thing, but the way they operate sounds very much like the way this one will operate versus the other one with the bottle club. And they've had their private parties, and there have been other issues surrounding that. But this seems very unopen to the public for me. Aside from making appointments to come in, I mean, this is like, if I just called up and said I want an appointment to come in, I'm not sure I would be able to get into this.
You don't qualify.
Right.
And not just that.
You're not wearing
the-
shoes.
What I missed, I'm remembering one of the other applications from Max, where he outlined and we asked a lot of questions. I forget,
Yeah.
it was right in this immediate area.
Yeah.
He said, well, who gets a drink, right? Since they're not able to charge for them under this license. And then that becomes the question. And, I just recall, it's like, well, if you're going to sit down and buy a watch, and then we're going to have a little discussion, we're going to, it's just like if the next question of who gets a drink, because they're not selling them. And anyway, I think Bob was right. We got to apply some of these things. We're definitely talking about a lot of things. I just didn't make me all so comfortable is my biggest issue. And there are a lot of open things. And then I don't know if we want them to come back to explain them. I don't know if they're open things.
Again.
I think this would be very difficult to have a discussion about, with a lot of our concerns, if you didn't sit here and listen through everything and you brought it cold to somebody. So it's a challenge.
Patricia?
Why did he have to choose this neighborhood? He could have stayed uptown.
Well, I don't know why.
Sidewalks are wider.
Right. I'm kind of
Well,
wondering.
I asked that question, if you recall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
The neighborhood of ultra fancy stores.
No.
So is it up to, I mean, is that,
Just
And I
to
don't
make
know-
it clear, guys, just to make it clear, he only sells maybe 900 watches. Okay, this guy is very exclusive.
Bob, no,
and one of the best.
What does that have to do with having a liquor license?
Yeah.
Why is he not
No,
doing
it's
workshops on watch
no,
building or
you guys are
something?
missing it. It's the clientele that is coming to the location, okay? And that's why it's 3 stories. That's why it has a little cigar place in it. It caters to the people who are going to be spending up to 60 or 1,000 or more on a watch, and none of us fit that category. So it
So why
fits
didn't
some
he-
category.
I
It
mean,
fits a
I
category
think
of
you're
people.
how do you know none of us fit that category?
All right, well, I can only
I
assume
mean, that's
based
quite
on our
quite an
conversation.
assumption. That's quite an assumption to make, but okay. If you
But
think-
then
All
why
right,
didn't
well,
he apply for a different license, like
forget
a
it.
private club, like
Yeah, and
like
go
a Soho
somewhere else.
House? Or the Scott Sartiano Club, the zero bond. Why didn't he go for that kind of a
Right.
license?
Because those clubs are organizations of people with there's a more specific definition, but of common interest, that's social, et
Actually-
cetera, not business, and they're not for profits.
All right, so how do we, so what is this, deny with a path?
I'm,
Yeah,
I want to deny.
yeah, I'm sort of deny. I'm,
Because,
I
I mean,
think
you
I'm
can't,
going
we're
to
not
de-
gonna be
I-
able to go in.
I'm going to deny as well. Since I won't be able to, I have the historic Cartier tank, but that won't, I'm sure that won't even be anything that compares, but you know, who knows? I'm going to deny, not because of that, but just the way, and I don't have a good feeling about it being necessarily public. I know everything now, you know, people in the Soho area particularly, and not just particularly Soho area, we know that crime is everywhere. But what people also are not understanding is that, you know, there are, so but it's not a real good time now, you know, for anybody in New York City. I mean, everybody has been negatively affected by the pandemic. And so it's definitely a different New York City. I've been here for over half a century and I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. So it's unfortunately what's happening now. But anyway, I think we ought to just decide on what we're going to do here. It is getting late.
I mean, I think there were a lot of issues with the application in terms of how it's operating, with one space being operated in different ways.
My concern, Donna, is if we recommend a denial, they're clearly moving forward with this project. And if this goes to the liquor authority,
No, just,
well, no, and somebody has to explain our concerns and be motivated to go up there. I just wonder if we might be better off saying that we recommend denial, but we would like for them to come back to explain to us some of these issues or further articulate, you know, around a list of concerns.
okay, so we need to get the list. of
I just,
concerns.
and I say that because
No.
as somebody who goes up there,
Right, you need something to
this is-
argue.
would be, well, it'd be very difficult to explain when they say, well, it's just a high-end watch store that wants a bottle club license, and we've approved a bunch of these before, including around the corner or whatever it is. And then, you know, you get there and it's in the moment, we've had this discussion and gotten to our conclusion. I think that our concerns are valid, but maybe we give them an opportunity to address them with us. That they can meet the concerns, and then they actually might change something if they come back to us. Or
then we
have a
to
better
specify the
policy,
Concerns, right?
or be right, or be able to articulate more clearly how somebody can get an appointment to view the watches,
I think
whatever it
if we're
is.
Clear
So
about how someone gets the appointment. They're a customer for $100,000 watch. And most of those people are sort of known to them, you know, they might have a surprise person come up, but, you know,
So they reach
collectors,
out beforehand. They reach out beforehand to whatever.
yeah, collectors know collectors, but you know, it's, it would be not all that much different if it were like when we used to have art galleries, you know, and they were selling super fancy, you know, I shouldn't use even the word fancy, highly valuable art objects. They know who buys these things. That's
true. That's true.
it very true, but it's also an educational element, you know, and a part of sales.
Tiffany's on the street where anybody goes to Tiffany's, and some people buy a charm bracelet and other people might buy $100,000 bracelet. That's different than, you know, that's a brand. This is not a brand. You know, he explained it and you just said it yourself. They sell 100 a year, you know, whatever around the world. And there is a clubbiness, and people who, I mean, I'm not saying I'm interested, but I'm not unaware of it, you know.
Huge
People
deal right now. I mean, it's a huge thing right now with the watch collecting.
Yeah, it's very hedge fund Wall Street, you know, high-end watches are, you know, what people can collect and buy and wear, and they don't show under your coat sleeve. You know, it's not quite as ostentatious maybe as a Bentley, But it's in that, it's in that league. So some of the questions I think are fine with them, but their basic existence is harder to question. And it is hard to not, we had the barber shop that wanted to serve drinks in the barber shop, every store now, you're sort of right about that. So I think we have to be really specific with the questions that are valid to ask, as opposed to things that we're just sort of put off by, because it is now probably even the most elite store in the neighborhood, as opposed to every other store in the neighborhood, which is super elite.
But the point is well taken, Susan. So why don't we, because of time,
Right.
now decide on what those questions are going to be?
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Do that.
So one of my concerns is how the second floor is operating separate from the first floor. It's not operating as a cohesive unit.
No, it is. They said clearly to me, the second floor was meant for their biggest spenders, so that the lower rung spenders, the people who might buy their first $50,000 or $75,000 watch, are welcome, easier to get in. But then their $1 million clients, perhaps, I'm making it up, are the ones who go to the second floor. I thought that's what his explanation was.
The explanation was really you needed to be invited up to the second floor. Nobody goes up to the second floor.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying too.
I know. So yeah.
But I think we should want to hear it from them, as opposed to how either we even.
Well, I thought he answered that
interpreted it.
clearly, but we could
Yeah.
certainly answer it again.
Yeah.
Ask it
I
again.
have until I didn't know this until Carter mentioned it. It looks like there is no, what did you say, Carter? There's no license for that second floor? That's questionable.
Right.
I just had said that the materials that are viewable on the Department of Buildings website are that second floor is zoned for joint live work quarters, which is a residential use. And the most recent filing in June maintains that use on the second floor.
So that's definitely something should be, I think that's a legitimate question for more clarification.
It is, but it is not of the concern of the Liquor Authority.
Oh, I see. I
put a link to their advisory in the chat.
What
So-
about the price? How are they serving your liquor? We
It's
never
free, it's a bottle
asked them
club.
that.
Great. They just serve it. They just serve
Serve it
it.
any way they want. They're
So
not
why
charging
do
for
they
it.
need a liquor?
What, Lois?
So why do they need a liquor license if it's free?
Because they license bottle clubs.
Right. You have to be licensed to serve it for free.
If you're a retail store.
Okay.
And
Okay,
anybody,
and they bring their own bottle as well. That's what I heard.
If they want, they can.
they're,
they can.
the privilege of a bottle club license allows them to store a bottle for you on the premises in a, for example, in something that their employees monitor or in a locked cabinet or whatever.
Yes.
it may be.
Yeah. Anything else? Is Bob Ely still on the call?
I'm here.
Still here.
Do you have any more clarification you would want?
For the list of concerns?
What we're trying
I
to
don't-
do here?
I guess I just don't have the concerns that you folks have. That's all. I do think that, I understand why you guys are upset, or at least you have concerns about it. I think this is a specialty retailer. It needs a bottle club license because of what it sells. And I don't think this place has a big impact on the neighborhood where it's going to be.
So you don't have any questions into that you want clarified, it sounds like. So,
No, I don't.
okay, so
I'm
why don't
pretty
we
good
move
on it.
on to someone who might, so we can sort of get.
Yeah, I just, this operates so differently.
I
from
was
a bottle
asked.
club.
That's why I was asked. And that's why I
Right, no,
indicated why.
no, so you're fine with
Well,
it.
you just answered, no problem.
No, Bob, just to be clear, you're okay with this, Bob?
Yes, I am.
Okay. To me, this operates very differently than any other bottle club we've heard because of the split in the space and the different privacy things and who's invited where. So that's my concern.
We hear anything from Anthony? He's been pretty quiet. Anthony, are you still here?
Anthony,
Yeah, I'll go with a no, like you are.
You'll
do you
go with
have
the
any
what?
specific concerns?
Oh,
But well, like you said, the different operations, this exclusivity of it, the arrogance of it, like he said.
Arrogant.
Well, we can't,
no, I don't think you can. I don't think.
yeah, that's not what we.
Yeah, that's not a good word.
But
But Donna, I would suggest, that I don't know if other people agree, but if they're not in favor, that we ask them to return to answer the questions. But I think that you should look.
Can I do a separate meeting for that? So it's just 1
Well,
3-hour?
Whatever it is, I mean, either they come or they don't. Either they want to resolve these issues or they don't. And I think that the Mr. Corngut said that he would provide the results of the survey
Right.
from the applicant. And I think these other questions are good for the license examiners to review, whatever they may be, certainly the applicant. And if they want to address us, they can come back and address us if that's important to them. I just throw that out there because we're not closing the door. I always think that's a mistake.
Right, no, definitely with this, it's a mistake.
But when would they come back, Carter? You
They
mean
could come back
full
next
board?
month. No,
next
no,
month?
next month, whatever it is. But I think that the questions with the Department of Buildings, I think the questions with, the different uses, the cigars, the separate spaces. I mean, these are all legitimate questions that we would never let go on any applicant, particularly cigar. I mean,
That's
smoking.
crazy, yeah, I mean.
So
Yeah, smoking.
I'd like to hear an explanation of that.
I'd like to see the license.
Not, yeah, we have to, I don't think you're allowed.
Look, it's not unreasonable for ask them to provide us what they think their pathway will be to achieve these things, right? That's not unreasonable. And if it's not a 500-foot case, then it doesn't really matter what we say.
Well, not necessarily.
Well, no, that's right. But that's what I'm saying.
in
If
the
they're
same way, but it's
concerned, they
based,
can discuss and bring these issues to us
Right.
and resolve it. And
Oh,
but I
okay.
do think it's I will say that in this type of case, in my experience of sort of the buyer's remorse, is that when we don't have a stipulations agreement,
Yeah.
and because then there's not something to return to later with whatever they have stated is in fact how they're going to operate. And so I just leave that as the parting thing, because that's where we always get in a jam 3 years down the road and we don't have something and it just got approved over our objections.
So I think what I will do is reach out and see if they will come back to clarify a lot of the issues that we raised regarding the Department of Buildings, the 500-foot, how the cigar room's going to work, those kinds of things, correct? Does that sound reasonable to everyone?
Yes.
I can't remember whether there are any other tenants in the building left other than them.
What did they say about the 3rd floor? That
Office, they said it was to be an office, but I wasn't sure if
no.
it was their office or an office. I'm only asking that because of the smoking. If it's the 100% their building, they might be able to have the cigar room.
they said it wasn't theirs.
Right, they said it wasn't, but it's also, I think I'm not sure. I looked at this for a place near me, but I'm not sure how that cigar smoking works. You can't just, I'm not sure you can just have smoking in a public space like that without it. I mean, cigar bars have a Carter, you're muted, but cigar bars have a specific thing that you need to have a humidor and XYZ and venting and everything else. This is not a cigar bar, so I'm not sure how this fits into that.
We've been told you can't expand that anymore. And for those of us who've been at the SLA 2 meeting, when we heard from one of the applicants recently at Hudson Bar and Books, they couldn't expand their license, right, to their new space.
Does that mean you can't have a new one? They can't expand, but
But I
that-
don't know if this is the same classification. I'm
Right,
just,
exactly. And so
because
that's
it's,
one of the
I think it
questions I
has
like.
to do with the Smoking Indoors Act, right?
Right,
Whatever that-
exactly.
I mean, we don't have any idea how these work, if that's a different licensing, cigar rooms.
That's right, but what they're presenting, if that's part of a licensed premise, there are plenty of places that don't follow the rules, right? I mean, I'm just saying, if it's licensed, they brought up a lot of issues. That's
Right,
the other big thing is just the hours, Donna, to talk
Yep.
about the regular retail hours versus events versus later hours. Just ask
Yeah.
them for clarification if they're coming back on that as well.
Yeah, because that was interesting, because then he switched it to be the 7 to 11 because they were having enough events that it wouldn't be it was more they're licensing it for 7 to 11, whatever time it was in the morning, noon or 11 to 11 instead of 11 to 7. So, okay. All right. I was hoping it would be earlier. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Bye, everyone.
All right, bye.
All right, everyone.
Good night.